On 95.7, The Game.
Jacks empty it out here. And Lawrence is going to get sacked for the third time, and it's Chase Young and Nick Bosa together. And the ball is out, and the 49ers have it. Statement win for the San Francisco 49ers. They go into Jacksonville, and they snap the Jaguars' 5-game winning streak. Still about a minute left in regulation. Niners taking a knee with Sam Darnold. That's how much of a blowout this was. Sam Darnold played a lot of the fourth quarter. The final score will be 34-3. The 49ers absolutely dominate the Jacksonville Jaguars in a game that was expected to be close. A lot of people wondering why the Niners were even favored in this game. They were coming off of 3 straight losses, playing terrible football, and they go into Jacksonville, one of the hottest teams in the NFL, and they put it on them for 4 quarters. Final scores, the final 30 seconds tick away right now, 34-3, and you're locked into overtime here for the next few hours because we have a ton to react to on 95.7 The Game. My name is Mark Randy. Sterling Bennett with you as well here on 95.7 The Game. Sterling, the Niners winless for about a month, and now they come out in Jacksonville and they win by 31 points. This one has to feel fantastic for all 49ers.
The entire month of October may have been the worst month of my entire life. Winless, it felt like. I had no hope, no dreams, just sadness. And now, in November, after the bye week, we got ourselves right. Steve Wilkes out of the booth, onto the field. The defense dominates from kickoff. Brock Purdy almost 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. And it got to a point where this game felt like the first 5 weeks of the season where even Sam Darnold's getting snaps, where he got snaps.
A lot of snaps.
Like, he played almost the entire fourth quarter. This team was rolling, beat a very hot Jacksonville Jaguars team who had come off and won 5 consecutive games. They were at home. They felt like Jacksonville had the edge. San Francisco said, nah, we are back. And like John Wick, what'd he say? He goes, I'm thinking I'm back. The Niners, folks, they are back in business.
So is that what this was? This a statement?
This is John Wick Chapter 5, Mark. This is John Wick Chapter 5 for the San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, the Niners season has been strange. 5-0, looking like the best team in football. And you could argue not even close. Like, by far the best team in football through 5 weeks. Dominant. And their 5th win was the most dominant win of the bunch over the Dallas Cowboys in primetime. And it looked like the conversation was, how long can this team go undefeated, right? And we've been over it a number of times here on Overtime.
It was the book your trip to Vegas conversation.
Exactly.
Through 5 weeks.
Exactly. And then the next 3 games, is the sky falling? I'm not so sure. You lose to the Vikings. Maybe the sky is falling. And then Joe Burrow dices you up on your home field, and you're like, this team,
the sky is falling.
It's definitely falling. It's getting close to landing on us. It's bad. And then they go on to a bye. There's all the talk about Steve Wilkes, and is he on the hot seat, and is he going to come down to the sideline? He's on the sideline now, and this team only gives up 3 points. We could talk more about that later. But this seems like a statement by the 49ers saying, hey, the last 3 games we played, last 4 weeks when you include the bye, not really who we are. You get Deebo Samuel back. You get Trent Williams back. We can dive into their impacts as well here on Overtime. Deebo Samuel had a touchdown, and he was explosive plays all over the place. I thought Trent Williams was the catalyst to almost everything offensively. He was so good in this game. Mm-hmm. It's a statement by the 49ers to the rest of the league saying, hey, maybe we're not going to dominate a team every single week the rest of the season. Maybe we're not going to be as consistent as we were the first 5 weeks of the season, but we are much more like that team that went 5-0 than the team that went 0-3 their previous 3 games. This is still the most talented roster in the National Football League from top to bottom. That is more talented now, by the way, because Chase Young, the highlight you just heard coming in courtesy of Fox, Chase Young and Nick Bosa, the Buckeye brothers, combining on a strip sack. Niners forced turnover after turnover in this one. Sterling, to me, this just felt like a reminder given by the 49ers to the rest of the NFL. Hey, those 3 losses, it was bad, but we're back. And we're going to make some noise in the NFC once again this year.
Well, it's also a massive game for San Francisco in themselves, not just to prove to the NFL or send a message, but you cannot lose 4 games in a row knowing Philadelphia has only lost 1. The hope, although it might be a far-off one, is that we can maybe get the 1 seed still, but knowing...
And you're worried about your own division.
Right, because Seattle's right, they're almost tied, and San Francisco has a tiebreaker. Yeah. There is a chance that if you lose this game, and of course 34-3 they didn't, that this needed to be a business trip mindset of we're going to Florida, we're going to win, and we're going to put our suits and ties back on and leave because the party's over with. This was a business trip kind of game. You got Trent Williams back, you got Debo back, and you have to look at it from a standpoint of it's as if San Francisco sat back during the bye week and said, we are not that team that played the last 3 weeks. You put this team on the field against Minnesota and Cleveland and, dare I say, even the Bengals. At least that game against the Bengals is close. The Niners beat the AFC South leading Jacksonville Jaguars, who were 6-2.
This is no slouch.
And didn't just beat them by 31 points. I believe it's their second highest margin of victory since the Dallas Cowboys game, which was, 32 points? Like, the Niners came in and beat one of the top teams in the AFC. Like you said, send a message, but also reinvigorate yourself. Almost reprove to the team that
you're right.
We can still do this, that the Steve Wilks conversation isn't that big of a deal. And I was going to count, and I had on my notes of how many Steve Wilks cutaways were there going to be in this game. I counted like 2 because they played so well. 5 sacks, 3 takeaways? The defense
4 takeaways.
4 takeaways, needed to send a message, and from the get-go, Nick Bosa, Hargrave, Chase Young, these boys came to play.
Yeah, so this game starts with the Jaguars getting the ball, and they go 3 and out. It ended with an Eric Armstead sack on 3rd down. They punt the ball away. Niners get the ball. They go McCaffrey, 6-yard run. McCaffrey, 9-yard catch. Kittle down the right side, perfectly weighted pass over the top of the defense from Purdy to Kittle for 29 yards. Next play, Purdy steps up, rolls to the left, and very dangerously throws across his body back towards the middle of the end zone. There's like a crowd of 4 players, including 2 Niners. It goes over the top of the crowd of 3, perfectly into Brandon Ayuk's lap for a touchdown. Niners go ahead 7-0. It was the first opening drive touchdown the Jaguars had allowed all season. Very next drive, Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave combined for a sack to force another 3 and out. You end up getting a field goal on that drive, so you weren't able to punch it in. But you're right. This was from the very beginning. The Niners came out and played their best football. And I think really for the first time, Sterling, it was obviously the offense was fantastic. Anytime you put up this many points, the Niners win again 34-3. Your offense is clicking and it's playing well. But this felt like the first time where you could say almost without any argument, the defense was the driving force behind this win this season for the 49ers. It felt like a game last year in that regard. Now, I know the offense was phenomenal, specifically when Purdy took over last season, but this felt like a classic Niners defensive dominance game. You mentioned the 5 sacks. Bosa was all over the place. Hargrave was all over the place. Your big offseason acquisition. Chase Young got in on the action.
Him big time today.
Your acquisition from the deadline a couple of weeks ago, he was huge in this game. You had interceptions. Ambry Thomas off the bench had a fantastic moment, which was called back because of a very strange penalty.
Had half the team on the sideline on the field.
We could talk about that as well. It took away maybe the individual defensive play of the season across the entire NFL. It was an awesome play. Good to see the offense bounce back and get everyone involved. Kittle was over 100 yards. He had a long touchdown. Deebo Samuel, a gadget play touchdown. But it was the defense that led the way. And no matter what your weapons are with McCaffrey and Deebo and all of that, if this Niners team is going to win a Super Bowl or at least get to a Super Bowl, Sterling, they're going to need their defense to be dominant. And really, I think for the first time all season, there's been some good performances, but for the first time all year, you can honestly say This was, from start to finish, an incredibly stifling defensive performance. Christian Kirk got loose a couple of times. He was in triple digits receiving yards. They held Calvin Ridley in check entirely. Lawrence turned the ball over time and time again. The defense, nearly spotless today in Jacksonville.
When coming into the game, there were so many questions as to, are you going to ride with Isaiah Oliver, who didn't start today and didn't play much today because Ambry Thomas was playing outside cornerback and Lenore got moved to the inside, which Lenore wasn't great, maybe one of the non-bright spots on defense, but
yeah, he got picked on a little bit.
But you're also playing the third leading receiver when it comes to being a slot receiver in Christian Kirk.
It's a tough matchup.
Who you expect, he's a burner, he's quick, he's shifty, he's going to beat you at certain times, and he only had 6 catches for 104 yards, which isn't great, but the big question was, how does a defensive line that has reigning defensive player of the year, an elite defensive tackle in Javon Hargrave, who you just paid a buttload of money to, Eric Armstead, and now Chase Young, how are these guys not getting home to the quarterback on the first drive of the game? They said, we're done with that. We're done with the just pressures conversation of, these guys aren't picking up their weight. They picked up the whole boat today and said, we're going to carry you guys to victory. You guys can score 6 points and we're still going to win this game. And for the Niners defense, who, again, you have Steve Wilkes out there who's, he even said himself in his press conference this week, I am built
the line
for
of the
this.
week.
Honestly. And you go, okay, show us, Steve. And what did Steve say? He said, look at the score, look at the sacks, look at the takeaways against one of the best teams in the AFC. Steve Wilkes had those boys ready to go. And in the face of, had they lost this game or even played poorly, maybe the hashtag fire Steve Wilkes conversation gets even hotter.
Oh, it would have.
Maybe his seat heats up. Now you're sitting here saying 34-3, a bunch of takeaways, a bunch of sacks. Bring on Tampa Bay.
Who was that? D'Amico
Seattle.
Ryans on the sideline over there?
I mean, he's sitting there like, great job, guys. Where D'Amico's like, come on, boys. But despite the different style, you felt the presence of a veteran defensive coordinator who's been there. He's done that. And it almost, I don't want to compare him to Bruce Bochy, but you can tell there is this veteran calm presence that he may not get fired up about certain things, but he can talk to you. When Mooney Ward had a great defensive play in the end zone, who was in front of him yelling at him? Steve Wilkes. He has to be on the sideline the rest of the year. It matters, Mark.
And until they give up 30 points with him on the sideline next time. That's back up to the booth, right?
That's week 13 against Philadelphia. Don't worry about it.
What was interesting was Shanahan was asked this week what he prefers, if he prefers to be in the booth or on the sideline. And he said, for me personally, in the booth.
Yeah.
You're the head coach. You got to be down there on the sideline. You got to throw the challenge flags.
Could you imagine the head coach?
You got to yell at all the officials and all that, right? You got to talk to your guys. But, Shanahan prefers being in the booth. It's a better view. You're able to see a lot more. You have more access to replays and all of that. Shanahan cited, I like to be able to write a bunch of stuff down, and obviously you can do that in the booth more so than just with a tablet in your hand down on the sideline. Interesting there. But it was something that Tashawn Gibson said this week, kind of in defense of his defensive coordinator, Steve Wilkes. At some point, your star players just got to go out and make star plays.
Yeah.
And you could point to Nick Bosa's PFF grade, which, again, has been sterling, no pun intended, all season long. It's been great all season long. But at some point, you got to get to the quarterback. You got to force turnovers. You got to get the ball on the ground. Hufanga, you got to come up with interceptions, which he did. Fred Warner was shot out of a cannon early.
Got to tackle.
And set the tone.
Missed 32 the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, you got to stop missing tackles. At a certain point, all your talent defensively needs to meet their billing. And they finally did. So we can go and give Steve Wilkes all the credit, and him being on the sideline is the reason why it all happened. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe. But for once, this season, consistently across the board, the Niners' stars on defense played like stars. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I would have expected it to happen sooner than week 10, but it happened. And the results were perfect, 34-3.
I think this was their best defensive performance all year long.
No, not even close.
Like the Steelers, you had a couple sacks, a couple takeaways, but that's week 1. Nick Bosa's first game back.
You mix in the turnovers and the sacks.
This was, and if this is going to be what the San Francisco 49ers defense is going to play like post-bye, you can go ahead and book Niners-Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. Because these two teams, it feels like, while on different paths, and the season has certainly gone 2 different ways for both those teams, if San Francisco is going to play this way, knowing the offense can put up 34 points and even 42 points at times, I watched Dallas take Philadelphia to the 1-inch mark last week. You don't think San Francisco can't do that? And yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but that game is in what, 3 weeks?
Week 13.
We're going to see it pretty soon. And yes, you have to beat Tampa Bay and whatnot, but this team felt like they found their spark again. It's almost like in Austin Powers, my mojo. They found their mojo back today and didn't take Heather Graham to find it. It was like, oh my goodness, San Francisco, we're scoring touchdowns, we're getting takeaways, and we're playing San Francisco 49er football once again.
Yeah, they got their swagger back. Finally.
I like mojo better, but you know.
Well, it's what? It's that meme or that Vine, right? I got my swagger back. Oh. You probably know what I'm talking about. Some of the listeners do. If you're under a certain age, probably.
Like 15.
Oh, come on.
27.
Yeah. My age or younger.
Yeah.
There we go. 27 or younger, basically. No, but I think you're 100% right. And I think you're right in saying that this was as much of a, hey, rest of the NFL, take notice because this is still one of the more dominant teams in the league. It was also just proving to themselves that that's still who they are, because the way that they talked about it, even right after the Cincinnati game and throughout the entire bye week, it was like, was it Juszczyk who said, I didn't realize how tired we were.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. They didn't realize how exhausted and tired they were until they got to the bye week and could fully kind of recuperate and get back to full strength.
It's all the Iowa cornfields helping Brock Purdy out there.
Right? Yeah, just
it's mowing down
relaxing. Relaxing out there in Iowa, the great Midwest. But it felt also like a reminder for the 49ers that, hey, this is still something that we're capable of. They knew it still. I mean, you have the most talented roster in football. You have all pros across the board almost at every single position. But when you go almost a month without winning a game and not even playing anywhere close to your best football, like it's one thing if you get into a crazy shootout with Joe Burrow and you're there all the way till the end and you simply lose to a superior team.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like you can at least hold your head high like, hey, we played a great game.
We almost got him.
That other team was just better. They beat us. Each of the Niners' 3 losses, a little less so with Cincinnati because Joe Burrow was absolutely incredible in that game. But specifically... Specifically with Cleveland and Minnesota, you feel like, okay, they played well, but the Niners lost those games.
Yeah.
They weren't playing anywhere near their standard.
Niners beat themselves.
Credit those teams. I'm not taking anything away from them.
They both stink.
But if you're the Niners and you're on that team and you're a superstar, you're Deebo Samuel, you're Trent Williams, who of course were out for a lot of those games, you're Brandon Ayuk, you're Nick Bosa, it's hard after a month of not having a real solid performance of thinking like, yeah, I'm still the top dog. We're still one of the best teams in the league, but you go out there and you show it in such convincing fashion on the road, Eastern time, 10 a.m. kickoff out here in the Pacific time zone. You do it against the second hottest team in the NFL, only to Baltimore, who's right now in a dogfight, surprisingly, with the Cleveland Browns in the final couple of minutes. As I say that, the Browns getting close to field goal range with a chance to win.
It's my defense.
By the way. Uh-oh.
Giving me a curse right now.
Well, they've given up 30 points. Sorry to Sterling's fantasy team and the Ravens defense. This was an incredibly hot football team. They beat the Bills during this stretch.
Yeah.
I know the Bills have 4 losses now, so maybe that's not saying quite as much. But this was an opportunity seized by the 49ers to once again finally realize what exactly they're capable of. And Sterling, what they're capable of is winning a Super Bowl. That's the goal for this Niners team. When you have that much talent, there's nothing else you're striving for. And after a month, this just had to feel so incredibly therapeutic for the entire team.
You almost forget how to win. It's like an MLB player, right? They're hot for a month, right? And they go on a cold streak for 2 months, like Anthony Rizzo this past year with the Yankees. You're like, what happened? You're hitting 320 with 15 home runs, and now you're hitting 145 in the months of June and July.
Just like doubt creeps into your head.
You forget how to win. You forget how to hit. You go on the field and you're like, are we a good team? Am I a good player? Is our defense the 20th ranked defensive line in football? And you start to ask yourself, but I think this goes back to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and even Steve Wilkes kind of doubling down saying, no, we know what we have. We are going to get our guys, which should be playing better, mind you, but we're going to go out there. We're going to go out and get Chase Young and almost say, hey, We already went all in this offseason getting Hargrave. Now we have Debo and Kittle, all these stars, and even CMC last year. We're going to get you another all-pro level defensive end in Chase Young and hope that you guys can refine your spark, refine who you are. And I think today, San Francisco, with a week off on the road, they proved a point not just to the NFL, but to themselves, but also to John Lynch and say, hey, it's one game, but thank you for buying in on us again. We needed this. We needed you to have our back because we were struggling. We didn't have answers. Sat back for a week and you found your answers, and the results in a 34-3 win.
Is it at all concerning to you that the talk at the bye was, oh my God, we're so tired, we're exhausted? Yes. I mean, the bye, in my opinion, the bye came really at a perfect time. I mean, not just considering how the 3 games happened leading up, but before the season, I always think a bye right in the middle of the season is exactly what you want because it kind of divides it up. You have a reset point. You can start over as you begin the stretch run. It's what's aided the Niners the last 2 seasons. They've had byes around this point, and what have they done in second halves of seasons? They've absolutely dominated. They didn't lose at all in the regular season in the second half last year. After that win against the Rams, then they hit the bye, and then they won the rest of the way throughout the rest of the regular season. But it's a little bit concerning that after 8 games, Sterling, the conversation is, wow, we're so tired.
I'm sleepy. Come on.
Now it's week 10.
They don't look tired.
You're 6-3. You have another half of a season to go.
Yeah.
And you have to play. Is this team going to be extremely tired again at the end of the regular season?
When you hear what is supposed to be a dominant team say through 6 weeks, 8 weeks, yeah, we're kind of tired, kind of exhausted. It's like, what do you mean?
Is that the nature of this team, though? Because they
play so hard and so physical.
Incredibly physical, and it's part of the reason why there's the injuries and all of that. But how many
times have we seen Sam Darnold take snaps this year? Like, through their first 5 games, there was 4 of them. It's not like they didn't play almost the entire, starters-wise, didn't play the entire fourth quarter against Dallas. But you're tired against the Browns on the road. Okay, it's one game, tough defense, obviously, but then you're tired against the Vikings, which they won today again. You're tired against the Bengals. Like, okay, I do think when you hear that, you have to ask yourself, does this team, or are they going to be able to hold up? What about in Week 13 against Philadelphia or Christmas Day against the Ravens? We're tired.
2 games against Seattle coming up.
It's like, come on. You have an East Coast, West Coast, East Coast trip. You have to be ready for those games. And if you're tired, but thankfully, I do think today they kind of, at least for 1 week, put to bed the worry of, can this team, are they going to be able to win the war of attrition? Trent Williams is healthy again. Debo's healthy, from what we can tell. While there were some injury scares to Bosa and Armstead and others, that they got out of this game rather unscathed. They come back home against Tampa Bay, which Nick Bosa came back home today in Florida. Then he gets to come back home to Levi Stadium with Baker Mayfield waiting for him. That's going to be another day where Nick Bosa should say, I'm licking my chops, because he hates Baker Mayfield. He wants to plant that flag. Exactly. Gonna get a couple sackaroonies on Sunday.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
But the Niners today did put to bed a lot of the questions I think myself, maybe even you had, or even the listeners had about them.
Well, I don't know how I felt about this game coming in. I tweeted it out pregame. I couldn't really get a read on this game. I ultimately predicted 23-20 Niners. I was confident at least that they were going to be able to pull out a win, but I thought it was going to be much more difficult, of course, than the 34-3 final score was. I have incredible respect for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
They're kind of a weird team in the fact that they turn the ball over a lot, but they also force the most turnovers in the league. And considering what the Niners were doing on the ground offensively leading into this game, Jacksonville, one of the best, if not the best, run defenses in the NFL.
Number 3 in yards allowed per game.
I was really concerned the Niners, again, were not going to be able to run the ball effectively.
144 yards.
And what was that going to do to the passing game? I thought it was going to be tough sledding. I thought the defense would carry the day. I predicted 2 turnovers. Yeah. They forced 4 turnovers, and they almost scored a defensive touchdown.
You have little faith, Mark.
For real. Double it. Yeah. They saw me predict 2. They said, two more.
They said, that got grainy guy has no idea what he's talking about. Watch this.
But the point is, this was a 3-point spread.
Yeah.
A 3-point spread, and the Niners absolutely dominated 34-3. You'd have to go through the entire schedule for the entire NFL, but perhaps when it comes to expectation versus the reality of it, this was one of the more surprising final scores, final results in the league. The Niners were so incredibly dominant offensively and defensively. Only 3 points allowed. This is a really high-powered offense. I mean, I know they're without Zay Jones, their third receiver. I mean, he's a quality third guy, but he's not the difference between scoring 3 and scoring 20.
No.
You have Calvin Ridley. You have Christian Kirk. You have your running back, Travis Etienne, who's been one of the stars of the NFL so far this season.
Ran the ball 9 times today, 35 yards. The run defense was it was in question almost the whole year.
Yeah, you saw what their third string running back. What even was I can't even remember his name. They have Tank Bigsby, their rookie, and then they brought in this other guy. Oh, Dearness Johnson, 4-year Brown.
Where's Michael Hasty, huh? Doug Peterson? Put in Hasty.
Dearness Johnson had a third of the carries that Travis Etienne had, and nothing worked. Incredibly impressed by this 49ers win. I think considering the expectation heading into the Dallas game versus the expectation here, the most complete, most impressed I've been after a Niner game this season.
And take it further. It's not like Jacksonville also didn't have the bye week. They also acquired Ezra Cleveland from the Vikings and hope to improve their offensive line play. It's not like these two, Jacksonville wasn't on a short week. They weren't hindered by injuries or anything. They were healthy. In fact, San Francisco, had you picked the Jaguars to win this game, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. San Francisco has lost, 2 of their 3 road games this year, hasn't played well on the East Coast.
You're without Aaron Banks on the offensive line. You weren't sure how much of Trent Williams you were going to get.
And San Francisco said, watch this, because it's going to be ugly. It was a humid day in Jacksonville and Florida, and San Francisco added on to that. It felt like almost every single third down, it was a takeaway or a sack. It felt like the questions on defense of, can they just get off the field on third down? It felt like today that San Francisco, who held Jacksonville to 4 conversions on 12 attempts, was at 1 for 3, 33%. The Niners were awesome today on all fronts.
Interestingly, the Niners were also 4 of 12 on third down.
Nitpicking, Mark. Stop.
But 437 total yards to 221. The Niners almost doubled up the Jaguars in terms of total yards. They rushed for 144. They threw for 293. The only thing they did not get, Sterling, and they tried their darndest. Christian McCaffrey, despite the fact that the team scored 34 points, he did not get into the end zone, so he does not set a new NFL record for consecutive games.
It's a loss to me now. Doesn't matter anymore.
Only thing that did not happen for the 49ers.
Ruined my Sunday, Mark. Jeez.
In Jacksonville today. McCaffrey held out of the end zone. All right, time for a break here on Overtime. We're just getting started after a dominant Niners win, 34-3. We want to hear from you now, and now's your chance to get in on the action. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. And as always, we're keeping an eye on the Twitch and YouTube chats powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Grandy and Sterling. More Overtime coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grady on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Overtime continues here on 95.7 The Game after a dominant 49ers win in Jacksonville against the Jaguars. 34-3 the final score. That touchdown you just heard Joe Davis on Fox. A 66-yard touchdown. Brock Purdy to George Kittle, fresh out of the halftime break. It put the Niners up 20-3. They would keep scoring after that. A Deebo Samuel touchdown later on in the third. A Kyle Juszczyk touchdown in the fourth. The finishing touches on a 34-3 win. But that Kittle touchdown, as we welcome you back to Overtime here on 95.7 The Game, Mark Randy and Sterling Bennett with you for the next few hours here on 95.7 The Game. It bookended a really nice couple of moments for the San Francisco 49ers. They get the ball after the Jaguars only score the game with 4 minutes and about 4.5 minutes or so left in the first half. They put together a long 11-play drive. It ultimately stalls in the red zone. They settle for a field goal as time expires, which Jake Moody barely made, by the way. 2 for 2 today on kicks, both barely good, but he made them both.
He made it, then he did make it. They made it again.
Yeah,
they made it again.
Tried to ice him twice, and he ended up making it just barely. But point being, the Niners doubled up, not with a touchdown in the touchdown, but with a field goal and a touchdown to end the first half and to open the second half. And I'm so happy to see the aggressiveness by the 49ers offensively on that George Kittle 66-yard touchdown. They threw the ball at the Deebo, the first play out of the halftime break.
For 9 yards, Mike.
9 yards.
Which is a good game.
Good game. 2nd and 1. But what has been hurting the 49ers, I think, specifically without Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel, is they're not keeping pace. They're falling behind the sticks. They're getting into 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10, 2nd and 12
Long
potentially.
Third down, 3rd and 20.
You lose 2 yards on a first down run to McCaffrey when the run game wasn't working. It's been bad. And then it sets up, maybe you gain a few yards on second, and it's a 3rd and 7. And suddenly you're looking at a tough conversion.
Yeah.
But what Trent Williams does, obviously, is makes everything easier offensively. And what Deebo does is he's just an escape valve. And if things go poorly, you can just dump it off them, and he's going to give you 5 yards.
After contact.
He'll get you the 3 through the air and then 5 more after that. He'll get you 8 yards on almost every single touch. He's incredible that way. Without those two, you fall behind the sticks and you aren't afforded the ability to be aggressive in moments where maybe the defense isn't quite expecting it, right?
Yeah.
So, and I know it wasn't a run on that first down. It was a short pass to Debo who got you 9 yards. It brings up a 2nd and 1. And that's where the Niners have literally the entire playbook open. And you haven't had moments like that in the last month because you haven't had 2nd and 1s. You've been looking at 2nd and 9s. And you feel like unless you want to face a 3rd and 7 because the run game isn't working well, you might have to throw it. And guess what? The defense knows that's probably coming as well. And the 66-yard catch to George Kittle isn't there. They're going to take that away.
Yeah.
But with 2nd and 1, and you have the entire playbook to pull from, the run game has been working thanks in no small part to Trent Williams. What do? You take advantage of the defense having to respect the run game, and you take a shot on 2nd and 1. Because guess what? If it falls incomplete, it's broken up, whatever the case may be.
It's 3rd and 1.
3rd and 1, you got McCaffrey, the best running back in the league. Go get you a yard.
Yep.
And if you don't get it on 3rd and 1, hell, you could go for it on 4th down. You're probably going to get it.
Tush push?
Yeah. Not with the concussed Purdy, right?
It's been like 3 weeks now. I don't think he's concussed anymore.
My point is, with those guys back, you're able to stay on pace, and it allows Kyle Shanahan to be aggressive in moments like that. And I was calling for it here at the studio on the second one. Take a shot.
By yourself here in the studio?
By myself here in the studio. Take a shot. I want to see it. The defense is respecting the run game and McCaffrey right now. It's going to be open, and Kittle was wide open down the right sideline, made one man miss, and ran in from 66 yards out. It was great to see that aggressiveness back, and the reason why is because they were gaining consistent yards on 1st and 2nd down. That specific instance, the 9 yards on 1st.
Was that Purdy's best throw of the year? I know that maybe there's more tougher throws to make, but the pocket's collapsing. He stands tall. He knows he has the advantage of Kittle on it seems like a linebacker or a nickel back. He has the advantage there and trusts Kittle's going to outrun him, puts it right in the breadbasket and says, look, instead of it being a 3rd and 1, now it's a 10-point flip coming out of halftime. That feels like the almost perfect example of what a Brock Purdy offense and Kyle Shanahan offense should be, where, it's a little closer than you want it to be at halftime. What was it, 13-3? It's a 10-point lead. Not great, but then go out there, second play of the half, and boom, 66 yards later, you got Kittle out there doing the touchdown dance, putting the 3 up like Pentagon Jr. for AEW. Like, it's like, come on, like Brock Purdy, again, he got so much, I don't want to say hate, but criticism because the interceptions, it looks like a dink and dunk offense. You're concussed and you're throwing picks on back-to-back drives or back-to-back plays on back-to-back drives in 2 consecutive games. Yeah. Today, no turnovers, 296 yards through the air. I believe 3 touchdowns, maybe 2 touchdowns, but Brock Purdy, by all intents and purposes, was an elite quarterback again. It felt like every single form or every single group on the field returned to their elite level. Whether it was Javon Kinlaw making plays or Ambry Thomas making plays or Javon Hargrave making plays, the interior defensive line today was great to aid the edge rushers. The offense was putting each other in the best positions to succeed, and even to a point where Sam Darnold almost got a touchdown today. When Sam Darnold
almost got it to McCaffrey to break the record. That would have been a trivia question. Who was the quarterback on Christian McCaffrey's record-breaking touchdown?
I got it.
Sam Darnold.
Not Trey Lance. Sorry. Brandon. Okay.
It didn't happen, though.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
So close.
And it is 3 touchdowns.
My dad is so mad about this. He's texting me like, why didn't they give CMC the ball? They did, Dad. Relax. Like every single play for the last drive was just CMC.
Could you imagine? I don't even want to say it.
Say it.
I can't put this
bad
energy out into the world. No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Could you imagine if the Niners...
Okay, I know what you're going to say.
Should I say it?
I mean, you can knock on all the pieces of wood in the studio.
The Niners, with their eagerness to get Christian McCaffrey the record.
Gotta set the record.
If something bad would have happened.
Something breaking would have happened.
Could you imagine the hell to pay?
I would have said fire Kyle Shanahan. You ruined our chances.
That would have been a nightmare.
mean, we just left Halloween, spooky season.
34-3, but the only thing anyone would be thinking about was Christian McCaffrey on a meaningless play. I mean, it didn't happen. I don't even want to dwell on it.
To be fair, you can say, why is he in there? I get you want to set the record, and if there is anything negative, maybe outside screen defense today, I just don't get your number one running back hurt.
I'm sure Kyle Shanahan had a conversation with McCaffrey. McCaffrey said, yes, put me back out there. I want the record.
There was a play earlier in this game when he tried to hurdle a defender and he came down kind of awkward on his knee, and I was like, oh my God.
I swear. He hits the ground so incredibly hard every single time. I don't know how he pops up 25 times a game. I have no clue.
And if he goes down, which, again, he's not hurt from what we know, his season's over.
He is so underrated just in terms of toughness.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at him, he's not the biggest back. He's obviously a physical...
He's very chiseled, is what I'll say.
He's obviously a physical specimen. I'm not denying that. But he doesn't come close to the Derrick Henry.
No.
Like, he's nowhere near any of those gigantic backs, absolute units in the league. But his toughness, his physicality is so criminally underrated. He does not get enough respect.
He's like the smallest bell cow back there is.
And he was good today. Didn't get in the triple digits. 16 carries for 95 yards, about 6 a pop.
Yards. It's basically it.
He had 10 targets, but only 6 catches. Got to get those numbers up.
So 22 total touches.
22 total touches, for 142 total yards. Did not get into the end zone. But he's really the key to the offense, and you could also throw in Debo in this regard because his short passing game is really an extension of the run game. But it's what we were talking about earlier, Sterling. What has been holding the Niners offense back so often the last 3 games, the last month when you include the bye week, is...
Trey Lance. Oh, sorry.
How many times are you going to sneak his name in here? That's twice in this segment. We got to keep a counter going. There should be like a Trey Lance board, and we'll just notch every time you say it.
Steve Wilkes cutaways or Trey Lance mentions on overtime today. We're already at 2.
We had 2 apiece? What are we at?
I might be tied right now. Oops.
We'll find out what's in store.
Coming up next on overtime.
But the Niners offense, I think despite the fact that, it was 17 points against the Vikings and
17 each game, right?
Yeah, you're right.
That's sad.
But
they doubled it today.
They did. The offense, though, despite relatively suppressed point totals, still moving the ball really well.
Yeah.
Specifically against the Vikings and against the against the Bengals. Untimely turnovers, missed field goals, miscues. We know the miscues. But they still been moving the ball really well. And that's without a consistent run game. And what you had today was a consistent run game, and it just makes everything else that much easier. Whether you want to credit the bye week and McCaffrey freshening up, we know he had an injury he was dealing with the last couple of weeks before the bye. Whether you want to give the credit to Trent Williams and his return showing up the left side of the offensive line, if it's Deebo Samuel for taking pressure off of McCaffrey and elsewhere and the run game by using him in creative ways, it's probably a combination of all those factors. They all deserve credit. But the point is, when you have that ability and just a consistent run game, 1, you're getting yards on the ground, but 2, again, like we talked about at the top of the segment, it just forces defense to respect it once again, and it allows the pass game to work. 66 yards on one play to George Kittle. Ayuk had a long one, 21 yards. Juszczyk, a 22-yard touchdown. Ronnie Bell, late in the game, had a 20-yard reception. You were getting chunks through the air.
Shout out Harbaugh.
And they were getting those chunks even without the run game recently. Now you add in the run game, and you can see why this is one of the more difficult offenses to prepare for and to play against. They had both phases working in this game, and they put up 34 when basically resting all their starters, all their key guys, for the final, 8 minutes of the fourth quarter?
Yeah, well, besides CMC, but yeah.
Besides CMC, you're right.
It's almost as if an element of the Niners offense was missing for 3 weeks. Against the Browns, Debo and Trent, and even CMC get hurt in that game, but he battles through it and fights through it. But more importantly, the games after that, with no Trent and no Debo, it just goes to the importance of not only when you have your anchor, your blindside blocker for Brock Purdy to be able to jump out on runs. There's a play in this game where running play. CMC isn't really finding the edge yet, and all you see is 71 running ahead, and you're like, follow him. Go, Christian,
This
go.
is one of the funniest moments of the game.
Just follow 71. He's got you. Don't worry about it. And, of course, he finds the edge, gets I don't know, 8 yards, and you're like, this is what this team is missing. Jalen Moore can't do that. McKivitz can't do that. To be able to pull out and just annihilate, whether it's a linebacker or a cornerback, Trent Williams brings this ferocity, this, dare I say, nickname being the silverback.
Yeah.
He brings this kind of animal nature to playing left tackle. Then you add in Debo, who, think of Brandon Ayuk hasn't played great the past couple games. He slides back down into the receiver number 2 role. Jennings goes back to 3rd and Juwan, caught a big one today. This team is now kind of falling back into their perfect placement of your role on this team. And you get Aaron Banks back in a few weeks. You can beat Tampa Bay. Right now, this team, I could argue, again, kind of how it was early in the year, they're kicking teams' butts, and they really didn't play perfect, and they aren't entirely healthy. John Feliciano started left guard today. Spencer Burford was okay at right guard. McKivitz got hurt for a tiny bit today and came back in.
He got beat a couple times, too.
There are still some concerns, but there are still things you can do to improve the areas you might say, I'm not too sure about that. And having Trent Williams back and Debo back and having guys kind of slot back into their roles, you're going to have Brock Purdy out there flexing and yelling and screaming over and over and over again because he's hitting 66-yard touchdowns, Mark.
I'm so glad that you brought up that Trent Williams moment because it was the funniest moment of the entire game. So it was that drive at the end of the first half that we were talking about earlier. Niners get the ball with 4:20 on the clock. And they want kind of a long, slow-developing drive. You want to end it with points. Don't give the ball back to Jacksonville because you get the ball back to begin the third quarter, which they did. But it all started with a Christian McCaffrey pitch to the left.
Yeah.
And you have your left tackle, Trent Williams, number 71, leading the way. And he's out there in space, and there's no one to block.
With a messed up ankle.
With a messed up ankle until that left side corner comes over and tries to make a play. Number 31, Darius Williams. What does Darius Williams decide to do when he sees Trent Williams full speed, 6'7", running right at him? He does exactly what I would do. He turns around and runs away, not even trying to make a play. I laughed out loud watching this play live. Not that I'm making fun of Darius Williams, because that's a business decision.
Business
99% of every human on this planet would make the same exact decision when they see number 71, Trent Williams, running right at you. Ultimately leads to a 12-yard gain for Christian McCaffrey. The next play, a quick throw to McCaffrey. Trent, again, was leading the way. An easy gain of 17 yards. Suddenly you're across midfield, and you can smell scoring points at the end of the first half. What Trent Williams adds to this offense is obviously he's protecting the blind side of the quarterback. That goes without saying. But it's what we were talking about earlier, the swagger and the belief. And he just sets a tone of physicality.
And the chains come out of the locker room.
He leads the team out of the locker room, and they just feel different. You feel more confident when you see number 71 in your huddle. When you see him leading the way for your all-pro running back, he just brings a different kind of intensity, and this team had lacked that the last few games, and it's a big reason why they were winless when he wasn't playing. Trent Williams brings another layer of physicality and desire to this team, and it was on display specifically in those moments, but really all game long.
It's almost like having another offensive weapon. You have your Ayuks and your Kittles and your Devos and your CMCs, and we know how you use them catching the ball, running the ball, but you have someone that can dictate offensive line play. And what's something that when you don't have Trent out there or Aaron Banks is injured or whether it's even on defense, San Francisco wants to win in the trenches. You have the ultimate trench warfare weapon in Trent Williams. His name is almost Trench himself. It makes so much sense that...
In the trenches.
Oh! Pain.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, sorry.
It was sitting right there. Someone had to take a swing, you know?
But it feels like that Shanahan gets a weapon back, which you don't even... he's great. He's a future Hall of Famer, but... Like most offensive, no one's talking about him like Lane Johnson in Philadelphia or Jason Kelsey out there. Trent Williams is the best left tackle in football, but the way he's used is like a receiver, but not in the way of catching. It's how the game is dictated, how guys get out on their runs, mainly Christian McCaffrey. And when you have the best left tackle in football opening up lanes for the best running back in football, dare I say, magic is going to happen almost every single play. And it can get you and put you in positions to get a field goal just before halftime, then score a touchdown the next drive in a 10-point swing where, let's say they were down 13-3 or 13-0, get a field goal, then a touchdown, you're right back in the game. That's what this offense is missing or has missed the past 3 weeks. And I think you can honestly say, you have Trent out there against the Vikings or against the Bengals. They may not win those games, but they're a heck of a lot closer. And against Cleveland and Minnesota, I would almost guarantee they win those games.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like by a lot. 10 points.
Even if it's just Trent Williams back and you're still missing Deebo Samuel. He adds, and it's almost difficult to quantify it when it is an offensive lineman, right? Because they're not the ones out there scoring the points. They're not making all the flashy plays.
Brendel.
And it's a little more difficult to recognize the impact that an offensive lineman is, like even a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa got home and sacked the quarterback and had a strip sack. Like that is a quantifiable, easy thing to see.
Yeah.
But as an offensive lineman,
they stand there.
When you're doing well, nothing is happening. Right?
Right.
Like no one's beating you. You're just it's hard to and we all know Trent Williams is a fantastic player, but when you are watching a game, unless you're looking specifically for it, you have a trained eye and you're paying really close attention to it. Like you can do it on a replay when you're watching a game back to see where the Niners were missing so-and-so and all that, and you could see it there. But when you're watching it live for the first time like we do before we come on the air here for overtime, it's a little more difficult to see that impact.
Yeah.
And Trent Williams is good enough, at least he was today, where you saw that impact. It jumped off the page.
He's one of the few where when you watch the game live, you go, oh my goodness, Trent Williams, you just destroyed that defensive player.
How many times do we point him out and he took out 3 guys on one play?
Go back to his first season here. It's all over on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, where
Twitter. We're calling it Twitter.
Social media, where they highlight, just put this big white light over him, and he's just destroying Budda Baker for the Cardinals. You're like, oh my goodness, because that's how physical he is. It's almost like every play, if you put him in space without the ball, because he's a lineman, he's looking to annihilate all 11 players on defense, and because he's so good and so big, he could probably do it. You give him a linebacker and a cornerback, the odds are he's going to win that battle, and that's insane. And we're going to sit back and say, Trent Williams is so freaking good. Then CMC's like, but I scored a touchdown on the same play. And you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Well, not today you didn't.
Oh, I mean, no. Every time, Mark, I get excited. You're just like, oh, CMC didn't score a touchdown today. Then I get sad.
Yeah, that's how this works. You're gonna go crazy.
I bring the energy.
And I'm going to reel you back in. Slowly.
We're going to the Super Bowl, Mark.
That's what you said after week 5. And then what happened?
I had a reason to say it then.
And then what happened, Sterling?
So what should I say now?
We got to temper our expectations. We can't get too high or too low after just one game, all right?
So what should I say now? We're going to win in week 12. Week 11.
No, let's just focus on how dominant this game was here.
But we spanked them so hard I don't even care about them anymore. Oh, Jaguars, meow. Like, who cares? Oh, Trevor Lawrence.
Can we find a Niner that performed poorly today? I mean, we already mentioned Diamond over Lenore. We got to talk about Brock. We can do Brock Purdy on the other side because there was a ton of talk entering this game. Obviously, a huge game for the Niners. Losing 3 in a row.
Yeah.
How many Super Bowl teams had ever lost 4 games in a row? That doesn't really happen.
Today was a must-win. You had to win today.
It kind of felt that way.
Yeah.
But there was a portion of the Niner fan base, a portion of media, including a couple people here on 95.7 The Game.
Calling them out.
Who argued that this was a huge game for Brock Purdy and his future as the Niners quarterback.
Off the bandwagon if they lost.
I mean, it depended on how the game went and all of that.
Mark, I need you to put words in their mouth.
I am not putting words in anybody's mouth, but there was a conversation where if Purdy struggled again today, people were thinking, hey, maybe it's time to get a look at Sam Darnold.
We saw him today.
We got to look an extended look at Sam Darnold. We got to talk about Brock Purdy coming up on the other side. He was 19 for 26, 296 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a couple of moments where he got hit. You think maybe that's a fumble, maybe could be an interception. It got tipped up in the air, whatever. Did not turn the ball over at all. Niners took great care of the ball today. Purdy was fantastic. 19 for 26, 296 and 3. He had all his toys back. Maybe the conversation is, well, he's good when he has all of his weapons with Debo and McCaffrey and Ayuk and Kittle. Yeah, he's good, but take away one or two of them, and then we'll see what he's like. We got to talk about Brock Purdy because I think, frankly, the conversation around him is, just like I was saying with you, on the team as a whole, it's a little too reactionary, hot and cold every single week.
Got to reel him back in, Mark.
Got to reel you back in.
So you're saying Brock Purdy's not Joe Montana 2.0?
He's not Joe Montana 2.0. I hate to break it to you. I mean,
today he might.
Guess what? He's also not Tom Brady 2.0, okay? Let's not compare him to the two greatest quarterbacks of all time. But guess what? He's also not Blaine Gabbert, okay?
Is he Trey Lance?
Please.
I had to get a third one in.
What are you trying to do to me here? All right, well, mark it 3 for Trey Lance, 2 for Steve Wilkes. An hour done, and we'll see what the second hour holds here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk Brock Purdy on the other side, and we want to hear from you. Give us a call. What did you think about Brock Purdy today? 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line, and we're keeping an eye on the Twitch and YouTube chats, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Grunge91, Ash Smoke, a couple of others there. Damon Chang, I see you as well. We're keeping an eye on all your chats. We're talking Brock Purdy on Overtime after the Niners' 34-3 win over the Jaguars. More Overtime with Grandy and Sterling next on 95.7 The Game.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on?
and it somehow found Brandon Ayuk for the score.
Now back to overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Hour one of overtime done. Saddling up for hour two here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett with you. Just heard Joe Davis on Fox call the first touchdown of the game, a Brandon Ayuk 13-yard touchdown from Brock Purdy. That made it 7-0. Niners would go on and continue to add on. They win. They knock off the Jacksonville Jaguars. They snap Jacksonville's 5-game winning streak by a final score of 34-3. In the process, the Niners snap their own 3-game losing streak. Niners now 6-3 on the year, and for the moment have sole possession of first place in the NFC West.
Yeah,
by the way,
buddy!
the Seahawks currently locked in a battle right now
with
the Washington Commanders. We can check in on that score throughout the afternoon here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game, but of course focusing on this dominant Niners win. And at least here for this segment, Sterling, I feel like we should focus on Brock Purdy. That was his first of 3 touchdowns on the day. He finishes 19 for 26, 296, 3 scores, did not turn the ball over at all. Quarterback rating of just a tick under 150, 148.9 for Brock Purdy.
8 is perfect?
I forget exactly.
156?
He was close. He was nearly perfect. Although, no. Although not in the eyes of Kyle Shanahan, apparently, Sterling. That highlight you just heard, the touchdown Purdy to Ayuk, where Purdy stepped up in the pocket, rolled to the left, set his feet and threw back across his body towards the middle of the end zone to a crowd of people.
He's got a little Brett Favre in him, doesn't he?
He's just going to throw it up there.
I mean,
what is it?
Maybe it's a little too much Brett Favre, but he's got
it down there somewhere, right? And he finds him in the back of the end zone somehow, kind of over a crowd of like 3 other players, and it just falls perfectly into Ayuk's lap, an easy touchdown catch for him. But Kyle Shanahan postgame, Sterling, was pretty upset despite the fact that it ended in a touchdown.
Shanahan said about Brock Purdy's first touchdown, one of the worst decisions he's made since he's been here. It took me a while to get over it. And Brock Purdy responded saying, yeah, I agree. It's watching it, I was like, no.
I think everyone had that exact reaction.
Yes. I just imagine like George Kittle thinking he has to play defense on it and swatting the ball down. And Ayuk's like, it was right there, man. Oh, no. But I can tell you this. That watching the game on Fox, the minute I knew we were going to win this game, you want to know what it was? It wasn't the touchdown.
Tell me, Sterling.
It was immediately after the touchdown when Fox played Limp Bizkit going into the commercial.
I did notice that, but I forgot it in the moment.
It was like, let's go. It's like, we're going to do things my way or the highway, like Brock Purdy scoring touchdowns on the field against the Jaguars today.
Okay, so despite that, we can agree it was a dangerous throw.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best decision, despite the fact that it resulted in a touchdown.
Don't do it again, please.
Yeah. Don't put us through that
maybe just
heart attack in the moment. You're worried about an interception. That's also one where you could put your receiver in a dangerous position going up for the ball in the middle of the field. It ultimately was perfectly fine. But as that Shanahan quote reads, one of, if not the worst decision by Brock Purdy in his career.
It's not worse than the Bengals interception in the red zone? That one I think was worse.
That one was bad.
Well, he scored a touchdown on this one. It couldn't be that bad.
Plus, that was the Bengals one where you can't throw.
You need that touchdown.
You can't throw because it was designed to be a run. All your linemen are already downfield. Even if you do connect and it's a touchdown, it's coming back anyway. Whatever. Despite the fact that Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy agree that was a bad moment, Brock Purdy was fantastic today. 19 for 26, 296, and 3 touchdowns. I think a lot of credit goes to, his weapons and everything around him because, again, the run game was working very well. It was very complementary to the passing game. But we saw Brock Purdy at or near his very best again, for the first time in a few weeks in this one. And you could see why when he's rolling and when this offense is rolling, if any of you forgot out there, when he's playing well, this offense has a gear that not many teams can stick with. And that was the case today. I mean, Jacksonville only 3 points, not even close. Niners put up 34, and it could have easily been 40. That's how many times did we say that the first 5 weeks of the season? Well, you saw once again Brock Purdy in complete control, in complete command. He was spreading the rock all over the place all game long. He needed a performance like that, not for his future as a Niners quarterback, in my opinion. That conversation went way too far in my mind. He needed that for his own psyche, his own belief, his own personal feelings about his belief in himself. He needed that for me. In my opinion, he needed that for himself. The conversation about his future, way too aggressive in my opinion, but Brock Purdy was really good once again, and I imagine, despite the fact that he's upset at that first touchdown, he's got to be feeling a little bit better about himself now after his last 3 games before this one.
Do you think Iowa cornfields are magical? Is Brock Purdy a child of the corn?
What is this? Heaven? Oh. No, it's Iowa.
That's great. It just feels like that they came back refreshed. It felt like they had I don't know, you go through a hard time in life and everyone tells you, yeah, you're working through, but you got to let it go. It felt like they let go of the last 3 weeks where weeks 1 through 5, over 30 points. You have a weird short stint of 3 games where you beat yourself, maybe lose one of the games because the Bengals are just good. Lost to the Texans, but still.
Yeah, what the hell?
Football's stupid.
Just when you think the Bengals are never going to lose again, and Texans underrated still because C.J. Stroud, but wow, what a surprising result there, am I right?
Aren't they both 5-4?
I think you're right.
Dude, DeMeco's got them boys playing.
C.J. Stroud is legit
Honestly, yes.
One interception this season.
Man,
one.
On my bench today.
They could win that division.
Had that Joe Burrow that played today against the Texans played against us 2 weeks ago, he probably would have won that game too. Anyways, but it felt like that when San Francisco left for the bye, they left the past 3 weeks with them. Weeks 6, 7, and 8 don't matter. When the season is said and done, no one is ever going to talk about weeks 6 through 8 if you're holding a Lombardi. No one's ever going to talk about it. It's not going to be, oh, they kind of just snuck into the playoffs, or if you win the NFC West, which they are in first place now, if Brock Purdy can play the way he has, which today was borderline perfect, and is hitting 66-yard touchdowns, and to be fair, or to be honest with you, his best trait to me is his pocket presence. He evades pressure like the elite quarterbacks do that are mobile like Lamar Jackson or whoever else you want to put in that tier.
He doesn't get enough credit for that. You're right.
Even Trevor Lawrence, who has like the third most yards for a quarterback this year on the ground, he didn't do anything. Talk about a quote-unquote mobile quarterback or a somewhat mobile quarterback.
He had 7 yards on the ground.
Like Brock Purdy felt like he was today the better quarterback on the field. And if you're telling me that Brock Purdy outplayed, I get Jacksonville's defense played Purdy and Niners defense played Trevor Lawrence, but if you're telling me Brock Purdy's outplaying #1 overall picks who was heralded as the next Andrew Luck, the next Peyton Manning, this elite, insane prospect, I'm not saying Purdy is better than that guy overall. I'm just saying today, Brock Purdy played a former #1 overall pick, and it wasn't even close.
Okay, so how do we tackle this Brock Purdy conversation? Because without Trent, without Deebo Samuel, over the last 3 games before this one, he turned the ball over 7 times, 5 interceptions and 2 fumbles. Is that right? 7 turnovers through 3
Around
games?
there, yeah, not great.
It's either 6 or 7. I'm pretty sure it's 7. There was another fumble at the very end of the Bengals game that didn't really matter at that point,
right,
but there was
still
another.
Counts.
So I think it's 7 through 3 games.
Maybe one of those concussed, but yes.
Maybe, potentially. You're right. That's the baseline that a lot of people are judging the Brock Purdy conversation off of. When you don't have your star left tackle, when you don't have your star wide receiver, Deebo Samuel, your wide back who can beat defenses in a number of different ways, Brock Purdy kind of turned into a turnover machine. Now, I'll be the first to admit, and I said this on our last overtime after the loss in Minnesota on Monday night. I thought Brock Purdy in that first half against Minnesota, it was the best half of his career.
He was great.
He made throw after throw after throw, and the run game was not working then. Oh. And he put the offense on his back. Mm-hmm. That, honestly, I still think to this moment, considering everything that we've seen since then, Brock Purdy's best half of football, that first half against Minnesota. Yeah. So I say all that just to say I still think Brock Purdy was playing well. But the conversation around Purdy shifted to when you don't have so-and-so, when you don't have your left tackle. He committed 7 turnovers in a 3-game stretch. Now what happens when he gets his guys back? 296 and 3 touchdowns. So when we're talking about Brock Purdy, Sterling, what I have a hard time sussing out is how much of the credit goes to Brock Purdy and how much of the credit goes to Kyle Shanahan and the offense and the scheme and the play calling and Kittle being wide open down the sideline and Ayuk open over and over for 20-yard gains over the middle and Kyle Juszczyk running by himself in the back of the end zone. How do we divvy up the credit? Because Purdy obviously deserves a bunch of it, but we get stuck in this cycle where Purdy has a great game and we got to crown him MVP and then he has a terrible game and what about Sam Darnold? I'm sick of this back and forth after every single game. So what I need help with from you, from our callers, from the text line 888-957-9570, from our YouTube and Twitch chats, how do we determine what Brock Purdy deserves in terms of credit? Because it's one story one week and the complete opposite the next. I think it's probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it's tough to sit back with Brock Purdy, and you don't want to give him all the credit because football's a team game, 11 players on offense. But the Ayuk touchdown, the first one of the game, a lot of that's on Brock Purdy. Going out of the pocket and finding, while Juszczyk's wide open, rolls to his right, finds Juice, points him out, and says, I got you. Boom. He has to make the throw still. It might be easy, but who else do you credit for a 66-yard touchdown pass that only Brock Purdy's making when the pocket's collapsing? That's just this game, but there's a handful of plays like that where you say, oh my goodness. Like,
yeah, I'm with you.
This kid, well, sure, 3-game stretch, maybe wasn't as good as he has been at other times. This kid has put up 40 points in the playoff game. He's beat the Dallas Cowboys twice. And I can argue that today, outplayed Trevor Lawrence. He's outplayed Kenny Pickett. I'm not saying he's better than Patrick Mahomes, but this year, Mahomes has a lot less than what he's had in previous years.
He's also lost to P.J. Walker. Come on.
Every time, Mark. Gosh, every time. Going so positive, going to make this big point. Well, you know, Sterling, CMC didn't score. Brock Purdy lost to P.J. Walker. Jake Moody's missed like 9 field goals.
Hey, perfect today. Just barely.
Almost wasn't. But anyways, you look at other quarterbacks who maybe haven't had their best players this year. Patrick Mahomes being one of them. Not been great. He's been fine, been good. He's my fantasy quarterback this year, and I'll gladly take him over everybody else in the league. But they don't have reliable receivers, and the offense hasn't been as good as it's been in the past. Brock Purdy has weapons, and guess what? They're putting up 30 points a game. He is doing things himself that other quarterbacks that are drafted higher than him, that will be on a tier list higher than him, aren't doing. Like, I think Purdy's better than Deshaun Watson right now. It's really just Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Joe Burrow has been up and down all year, but I think I picked Burrow over him. It's to a point of his Brock Purdy top 6, top 7, and if he is, that's good enough. All you need is him to be good enough for you, and at times he's shown that he can be better than enough to win almost any game.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. I think I agree. But this conversation also gets a little bit difficult when you consider that this is still just a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, kind of a first-year quarterback, really.
Really, you're right. I mean, he's played less than a full season, or I mean, I guess approaching right around a full season now at this point. But then you have the argument, like I'm looking at our YouTube chat right now, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to all of our YouTubers, as always. Grunge91 says, Mark, I've never seen a young quarterback at 23 under this much scrutiny from local fans to national media spotlight, and it's totally unjustified.
Yeah.
And I understand that, Grunge91, and thank you for the comment. Again, YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But whether or not it's fair to Brock Purdy, I mean, the more fair, quote-unquote, fair comparisons for him as opposed to Mahomes and Allen and Herbert and Burrow and Hurts and all those guys.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. The more fair comparisons for him are, Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Right? And Malik Willis. And what are these? Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Like, those are the guys that were drafted in the same Brock Purdy draft class. Those are the more, quote-unquote, fair comparisons. Yes, I get that, okay? But for Brock Purdy, it's different, Sterling, and it's a relatively simple reason, because the 49ers are the most talented roster in the National Football League and have legitimate, even in the middle of their 3-game losing streak when they couldn't do a single thing right, still top 3 odds to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They have legitimate Super Bowl aspirations, and if you are the starting quarterback handpicked by your genius head coach, you're the starting quarterback of a team with those legitimate kind of aspirations, I don't care if you're 12 years old. You are held to a different standard. Brock Purdy is held to a different standard because of the team with which he is quarterbacking. Maybe that's not fair to him personally, because you're right, Grunge. He is just a 23-year-old second-year quarterback who would rather be picking corn in Iowa, right?
It's magic corn.
Heavenly corn. But that's not the way this works.
Yeah.
He's the starting quarterback of a team that wants to win a Super Bowl. Everyone wants. That legitimately could win a Super Bowl this year. I am sorry, Brock. It's unfair to you personally, in my opinion, but you cannot be compared to Sam Howell and to Kenny Pickett and to Malik Willis. Your comparisons are to the other quarterbacks of other teams that have legitimate Super Bowl aspirations, and it just happens to be the elite quarterbacks in the league. That's the standard you're held to.
And it's to a point of what more does he have to do? 3 And even I can argue in those 3 games he played, may have been the best player on the field on the offense. Maybe outside of Christian McCaffrey, who really hasn't had a great game besides this one the past month. Like, Brock Purdy,
he was the only reason they're in,
exactly.
in that Cincinnati game.
It's to a point where Richard Sherman is trying to respond to fans on Twitter saying, stop watching the film you think you're watching. It's abundantly clear.
Alex Smith came out and defended him.
This kid has it. Why we could, like...
We had Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner was on Willard and Nibs here on 95.7 the game earlier this week. Respect Kurt's opinions more so than so many other retired quarterbacks. Yeah. And he has a story somewhat similar to Brock Purdy in the fact that he was a relative unknown, came out of nowhere.
Bagging groceries.
And literally bagging groceries, playing in an offshoot professional football league, and ultimately became one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. And he's out here saying, like, yeah, a couple of turnovers here and there. But guess what? Every single other play the dude is making is like jaw on the floor, like, oh my God, this dude's special. Like, every single person whose opinion matters, almost every single person's opinion who matters.
I think I know who you mean. But.
is coming out and defending Brock Purdy, even in the middle of this 3-game tough stretch.
And again, going back to my point earlier, you lose 3 games in the middle of the season and Purdy doesn't play well. Does anyone remember the games Mahomes didn't play well when they won a championship? No. Does anybody remember Tom Brady's worst game the year he won one of his 7 world titles? No. Nobody cares what you do week 6 through 8 if you're holding a Lombardi to end the season. And they believe, Brock Purdy, and I think he's shown, whether it's today or in games prior, that he can make the plays to help you win a Lombardi. Shanahan believes that. The team believes that. And I don't know why that more importantly or more so the national media wants to criticize him for throwing 3 picks and to give my second Austin Powers reference, whoop-de-doo, Basil. Who cares? Like, you throw 2 picks in a game and you lose. Guess what? You have a game next week. Go out there and win it. They lost 3 in a row. You won today. You're 6-3. First place in the NFC West. And you're only 2 games behind the Eagles again. You have to play them in 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
You got a head-to-head, so you can make up ground. And have you seen their schedule coming up?
Exactly.
Bills and Chiefs, and then Niners.
And then Dallas again. Like, it's not like the Eagles are going to have a cupcake down the road.
Dallas could have so easily won that game in Philly.
It's as if people want to discredit Brock Purdy because he doesn't look the part. He isn't a big guy. He isn't a tall guy. He wasn't a first-round pick. Instead of actually acknowledging that maybe everybody just missed on one of the best quarterbacks in the entire league. San Francisco may have gotten lucky. Sometimes it pays to be lucky and good, and San Francisco got lucky taking Brock Purdy. It happens. You can argue in a same team that Drake Jackson looks like a bust and Trey Lance is already gone. Thank God they got lucky with Brock Purdy, because my goodness, imagine where they'd be without him. They'd be a bottom-tier team with Sam Darnold playing quarterback. With what? 3 wins this year, 4 wins if they're lucky. Like, Brock Purdy is a leader of this team, leading one of the best offenses in football because of him. Because of him. He is him. He is him.
The Niners quarterback situation is like in baseball when the batter swings and misses on a pitch like that bounces 5 feet in front of home plate. Like that. That's
like Mitch Haniger this year.
That's too soon. That's the swing and miss on Trey Lance. Like, that pick is the swing on a curveball that spiked 5 feet in front of home plate. But guess what? It was such a terrible pitch. It bounces away from the catcher, and you get on first base on a drop third strike. The Niners failed miserably in identifying their quarterback of the future, but they caught a break, and they got on first.
Or it's like if that pitch is on 0-0, and you got the next pitch and you hit a home run. It's like, wow, nobody cares in the first pitch. You made up for it, and now you're sitting there running the bases saying, I got a home run, and we're winning 1-0.
That runner on first comes around to score eventually.
Exactly.
Does not matter how he got on first base.
Oh. Again, it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And weird enough, Brock Purdy started really hot, had a weird spell in the middle, but now it looks like it's picking things back up at the right time. When this team needs this offense to refine itself and the defense has to recalibrate and make changes, they've made the changes. 5 sacks today, 3 or 4 turnovers, takeaways. Like, they beat a really good team. A team that even CBS Sports was saying, this could be a Super Bowl preview. Well, they just beat them 34-3. If you're beating one of the best AFC teams, whether it's...
Who said this is the Super Bowl preview?
CBS Sports.
Yeah.
It's Pete Prisco, but you know.
I think Jacksonville's coming out of that stacked AFC. Come on, Pete.
Come on, Peter.
You're better than that.
Crazy man.
The AFC is incredibly deep.
But but the Chiefs aren't as good this year. The Chargers aren't as good.
I guess this week is a little weird because Cincinnati, who we thought might just run the table the rest of the year, and now Baltimore also lost.
Are the Texans a playoff team?
Yes. D'Amico Ryans is coming for Coach of the Year.
Wow. Could you imagine? Honestly, it'd be really great to see Texans-Niners in the Super Bowl just to see what that looks like.
Oh, my God.
But
getting a little ahead of ourselves.
It's next week. We're fine. But again, going back to Brock Purdy, when you're averaging 30 points a game and you're making throws and you're making elite level plays, going out of the pocket, moving to your left, going back to your right, or you're playing like Brett Favre on a good day, not on his other bad days, it's like you're doing things that elite quarterbacks do that make you say, wow, how were you not a sixth-round pick, a fifth-round pick, a fourth-round pick? How were you not? How did 32 teams miss on you 6 times? It's incredible.
Yeah, Brock Purdy is so good that even on his terrible throws, they still go for touchdowns, right?
He said, making it in my sleep, it's the magic corn.
It's the magic corn.
It's the husk.
If only he could, take a sabbatical in Iowa every week.
Honestly, move the entire team out there. The Iowa 49ers. If the corn is that magical and it gets us to 6 Lombardi, I don't care where they're at.
Hey, Brocktober's over.
Oh!
But October wasn't very kind to Brock this time around. It normally has been, but not this year.
You got to find a nickname
Purdy.
for November now.
But now they're back in November.
Brock's giving? Oh.
He's giving touchdowns today.
Oh, not the Christian McCaffrey.
296 yards and 3 touchdowns for Brock. He bounces back in a big way. We'll see how the conversation now shifts from here after he was facing a little bit of heat after 3 straight Niners losses. All right, time for a break here on Overtime. We got to get to the phones. Mitch, you've been on hold for a while now. We'll get to you coming up on the other side. First thing coming up, we want to hear from you as well on Brock Purdy on this dominant Niners game. We got to talk about the impact of Chase Young as well. That's coming up on the other side. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. More Overtime on the other side. It's Grandy and Sterling right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity.
injured player back, leading the way for another. And it's 26-3 49ers.
Now back to overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Overtime continues here on 95.7 The Game. You just heard Joe Davis there on Fox call the Deebo Samuel end-around 23-yard touchdown run. That made it 27-3 49ers late in the third quarter. They would add on another in the fourth quarter, and the final score, again, 34-3. The Niners, an absolutely dominant shellacking of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Overtime continuing here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett with you. We'll talk a little bit more about Brock Purdy. We also have to talk about the defense a little bit more. Chase Young, Nick Bosa as well was incredible today. So that's coming up. But as promised, we got to go to the phone lines here on 95.7 The Game. Up first, he's been very patient. Mitch in New Jersey joins overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Mitch, you're on with Grandy and Sterling. What's up? What'd you think of that Niners win today, Mitch?
Oh, it was a great game. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Mitch. Thanks for calling.
Weapons. Nobody's infallible. Nobody's infallible, but I like the way our defensive line played. And I wish Sam Darnold got in earlier. If it's games in hand, why take a chance in injuries? And I'm dealing with my grandson. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, no problem, Mitch. Appreciate you making it and for hanging out on hold for a while. Sorry we couldn't get to you earlier.
It's like LeBron James crying on Twitter about fouls back there. Jesus, man.
It's just fired up. Just fired. I mean,
we're happy to be here.
Grandkids just fired up. The Niners were so dominant. Am I right? 34-3, right?
Yeah.
He's just so happy. He's like you.
He's so happy.
Fired up.
Well, he didn't say we're going to the Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy's MVP.
Yeah, well, I mean,
CNC's Offensive Player of the Year. And Steve Wilkes is best.
It's just a baby. I mean, he can't say all that.
Why not?
He could maybe sneak in a Trey Lance reference.
Oh, plenty of those to go around.
But I mean, I agree with Mitch. The defensive line was incredible. Yeah. And for the first time all year, they played up to, I think, their individual talent level, right? I mean, Armstead had a sack on the first drive. He came out of the game for a moment. He kind of got kicked in the shin, but he came back in. He was good. Nick Bosa was phenomenal. Chase Young had an impact right away. I don't think he played a snap on the first two defensive drives. I think his first action as Niner came on the third drive, and he was really impactful. But Mitch is right, Sterling. The whole defense was great, but it was led by the defensive line. They were all over Trevor Lawrence all game long.
When a quarterback like Trevor Lawrence, which I think the Jaguars might be the closest offensive scheme to the Chiefs, while maybe the talent is very different, especially at quarterback and the offensive line play, and maybe even the head coaching. But it does feel as if the Jaguars were the closest thing we're going to see to Kansas City all year. And it feels really good knowing that, again, albeit different personnel, that San Francisco's defensive line came alive. And they really controlled the game from the jump in the trenches. Again, you're getting Trent Williams back in the trenches playing left tackle, and you're like, yes, we need that. We saw his impact today. We're also seeing what it looks like when Hargrave plays like an elite defensive tackle. Armstead plays like a high-paid defensive tackle. Then you add in your Nick Bosa's and your Chase Young, your Buckeye bros, who then come in and Chase Young half a sack. Nick Bosa gets himself 1.5 sacks. And we're sitting back saying, wow, we got 5 sacks today. Then Clelin Ferrell has one of his own. It makes everyone's life easier. Even Javon Kinlaw played well today. When you have that many people, when you are almost 2 complete units deep on the defensive line that can get to the quarterback and get pressures and at least affect the play of the offense somewhat, what does that help? Your secondary play helps Lenore in the slot against Christian Kirk.
And he needed it today.
It helps Mooney Ward play great against Calvin Ridley. It helps Hufanga, who is making this team finally fix their tackling problem. They missed 32 tackles the past 3 weeks, and they're Warner, Greenlaw, Hufanga. They were flying around, making tackles in the box. This defense from the first play of the game, I'm not sure if you saw it, first play of the game, 5 guys on the defensive line,
I did see
NASCAR
that.
package. I love that.
But what was also interesting about the Niners' plan defensively, and maybe this is something that explains the turnaround defensively more so than Steve Wilkes coming down to the sideline, it's more so just the scheme and the strategy and the calls. On one of the sacks, I think it might have been the Bosa Chase Young combined strip sack. It might have been that one. It was definitely one of the sacks. I think one of the Bosa ones. They dropped Armstead back in coverage and they rushed 3.
Ooh.
And they still got home.
I didn't notice that.
They still got home to Trevor Lawrence. How many times? I mean, it's what started this whole Steve Wilks conversation, the all-out blitz at the end of the first half against Minnesota. The Niners were way more blitz-heavy early this season, than they had been in years past. I'm not saying that's intrinsically a bad thing. I honestly think the Niners could have benefited from blitzing a little bit more, making quarterbacks a little more uncomfortable at specific times. But the Niners, even when they were blitzing this year, were not getting home to Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And that is just a recipe for disaster, because suddenly you're asking only a few guys defensively to hold up for even longer in the secondary because you're blitzing 5 or 6 and you're not even getting to the quarterback.
Yeah.
Today, the Niners were consistently only rushing 4, and at least that one time they rushed 3 and still got to Trevor Lawrence time and time again. 5 times in total, they got Trevor Lawrence on the ground for a sack, and rarely did they have to blitz. That is what led this Niner defense to be so dominant the last couple of years when they went all the way to the NFC Championship game. And for the first time all season, Sterling, finally, that kind of Niners defense was back, where you're not blitzing, you're dropping more guys back into coverage, 8 or 7 guys back into coverage, and you're getting home with only 3 or 4. That importance cannot be overstated, and it's a big reason why they only allowed 3 points and why Jacksonville was stuck in the mud literally the entire game.
Well, take it further. It felt like the creativity we saw from Steve Wilks was far more different than it was in previous weeks, where I don't know if that's a bye-week adjustment or if that's him being from the booth onto the field of he can talk to players and talk through the adjustments and explain to Bosa and Hargrave and those guys as to what you have to do here in other places, where it felt as if there may have been a little more freedom and creativity on his end to, I'm going to rush 5. I'm going to put Armstead in coverage for a small second. I'm going to blitz here. I'm going to give my guys confidence, and they're going to see this thing play out. And then I can look him in the eye and say, hell of a job. Look at that. I can yell at Mooney Ward's face saying, look at you work. It felt as if...
He had a good game today, by the way.
He did. I don't love a lot of illegal contact for him, and it really bothers me, but it does feel like that Steve Wilks... his energy is not Saleh. It's not Ryan's.
Not even close.
No, it's very more just like, great job, guys. You did good today. It's very much Nick Bosa-like, right? Where you're like, you don't really have the energy.
Yeah, great energy.
Saccaroni. But it feels like that. And they call him the professor for a reason. He's wise. He's an older guy. He's been there. He's done that. He coached on the Panthers team that lost to the Broncos in the Super Bowl that had an amazing defense.
Yeah.
He knows what it's like to be in these big games, and when he gets criticized, and you can tell Shanahan was like, didn't like the blitz against Minnesota. I want you on the field with these guys because you're not doing your job right. And when he says, I'm built for this, you go, okay, you're being questioned, answer this. And today, when you get, again, 5 sacks, 4 takeaways, you were called to question, and you answered it perfectly.
Yeah. That answer when he was in case any of you missed it, in fact, I might have it. I'll try to find it and play it. But he was asked this week, how do you deal with criticism? Like, you've been dealing with it a lot the last couple of weeks. You've obviously been around a lot. You've dealt with this sort of criticism before. How do you deal with this sort of thing? And he had the line of the week. Do you have it, Sterling?
I don't.
Okay, you can pot up my hockey page and I can play it from in here. He was asked how he deals with criticism, and here was his answer.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this, not in an arrogant way, but I've always believed is certain, it's 2 things. It's what you hear and what you listen to. I hear a lot of the outside noise. I don't listen to it, good or bad, As you mentioned, I've been doing this for a while. I understand the emotions of this game and what we play at this level. I try not to be emotional. We're 5-3. The standard is so high here and we lost 3 in a row, that everybody feel like the ceiling is collapsing on us. We're in a good position. We need to turn it around. So we got a lot of football ahead of us. You know, we want to start progressing, get better in November, and start playing our best in December. So I've seen this. I've been around this. I can take it. I'm the new guy in, you know. It is what it is. I have confidence in myself. Most importantly, I have confidence in those players and the coaches that we're together and we're going to come through this.
That comment, I think it reads a little bit different now after the 34-3 win.
Yeah.
But that's what Steve Wilks brings. It's not necessarily like the fire you up, rah, I'm going to get you guys ready to run through a wall. And maybe he is a little bit more of that behind closed doors, pregame, whatever the case is.
I couldn't imagine.
But you don't see it on the sideline like you would. Like, it seemed like
when he walked to the field, I was like, that guy just feels like his entire life is just a haze. I'm just
it seemed like Saleh, whenever the defense would make a big play, he was ready to rip his shirt off and go out there and chest bump all of his players, right?
I want to see that.
And D'Amico Ryan's maybe a little bit more tame than that, but still would get very fired up.
Throwing headsets and slamming things down.
That's not what Steve Wilks is, but you could hear it there. He is the calming veteran presence who, despite the noise, despite the criticism, isn't going to get too high or too low. Now, maybe when you're going through a rut, that's not the best thing because you want to be able to snap out of it and quickly recover. But I think you could argue when things are going well and going better, he is a coach who's going to keep the unit grounded and focused and prepared and that sort of thing. Now, what is interesting about that comment when he was asked about it this week, again, before this loss or before this win, the 34-3 win for the Niners, like, I've been through this before. I've dealt with this.
Yeah. Well,
Steve, what does that mean? You've been around the block and you've been disliked.
He's been fired a lot.
You've had a lot of jobs in this league, Steve. What does that mean? Mm-hmm. It means people have changed their minds about you and they've let you go, or at least not brought you back.
Yeah, I mean,
but it does read and feel and sound a bit better now after, of course, a really good performance.
And also, like, I take it as, okay, like, I've been on really good teams. I know what it takes to win. I've been there. I've done that. But also, I've coached some really bad teams in really bad places. I mean, he was the Cardinals head coach, albeit not his decision, to draft Josh Rosen. And they fired him after 1 year. Like, he was a scapegoat for that team who was really bad, but...
Yeah, that's not all on him, not even close.
He knows what it's like to coach really bad teams and also coach really good teams. He was hired because they said, we trust you with this personnel. What you can bring to us, yeah, it might not be a Saleh or a Ryans, but there's something different, a different dynamic you can bring to this defense. And I think it may have taken 8 weeks for the flip to switch.
Even just last year, he did a hell of a job with Carolina. After they fired Matt Rule and they elevated him mid-season, they gave him the job, and a lot of people were thinking they might
keep it.
They might keep him and make him the official, not just the interim head coach.
Probably should have, looking back, but
probably should have. Not going great.
Yikes!
I mean, maybe a big part of that is the decision to draft Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud as we look at it now.
Man,
but I mean, just last year, he did a fantastic job with an absolute dumpster fire of a team.
Yeah.
They traded away all their good players. Not all of them. Brian Burns is still there, but they traded away McCaffrey.
Tried to trade him twice.
Didn't get it done. But he did a hell of a job just last season, and there's no denying that the last month before today, very, very tough for him. But as he said there in that cut we just heard from earlier this week, the goal isn't to be playing your best football in October. There's a ton of time left. And he seems relatively confident. And again, this was before this game today, so I can imagine what he would sound like now. But even before this game today, he was confident that this is going to be a unit. And of course, he probably has to project confidence to help himself.
Imagine saying, we're not very good, so I don't know what to do.
But there's a guy who seems very, very confident that the unit will figure it out. And when you get to the most important part of the season, they will be playing their best, and they certainly took a step in that direction today. A big step, a leap in that direction.
It just felt like they were playing more free. And maybe the reins were too tight, and he was like, this is my scheme, and you're going to do how I say. If you don't fit in my cookie-cutter way of playing, you're not going to play or it's not going to work. And players were like, yeah, but I've been here for 3 or 4 years and we don't play this way.
Well, that was the tipping point. Even when the Niners were going out deciding they were going to hire from the outside with DC for a new defensive coordinator, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch straight up said, we're looking for a guy to run our system. So maybe some of the, I don't know, the confrontations behind the scene, the butting of heads. I mean, Shanahan came out publicly and said, yeah, he made a mistake. He knows he can't do that. Imagine what it was behind closed doors. If that was what it was publicly.
A lot of F-bombs.
Imagine what it was behind closed doors. Maybe part of it was, hey, Steve, you told us you were going to run what we want you to run, and you're not doing that.
It's kind of like Morbius in the Matrix. or no, Morpheus, excuse me. Morpheus. Like Lawrence Fishburne. He just gives me this, like, we're going to be all right. I don't know why I feel that way, but we're going to be okay. You know something I don't. And when you're losing, it doesn't. You don't want to buy into that, but again, it felt like maybe the reins were a little looser today of just go out there and get the quarterback. Like, I know Nick Bosa can sack a quarterback 18 and a half times. I know Chase Young can get to the quarterback. I know Javon Hargrave can do it 10 and a half times. And Eric Armstead can do it for 4 times. Like, I know these guys can get a job done. And it felt more like today it was, all right, guys, game in Jacksonville, I'll call some stuff here or there, but I'm going to rely on you guys to figure this thing out. And maybe I'm totally wrong here. I'm sure guys that play in the league and Sherman can explain to me on Twitter or whatever, or on his podcast, like, this is what happened, this is why it happened. But it felt as if the leash was a little looser today, and it was like, just go out there, play, and have fun. And it very much showed in a 34-3 win.
Yeah, Bosa and Hargrave each had a sack and a half. Cleveland Ferrell had a sack. Chase Young and Eric Armstead each had half a sack. Chase Young and Nick Bosa, the Ohio State guys, they combined on a strip sack that Nick Bosa ultimately recovered. It was a great play. One thing the Niners did not do today.
Negative mark again.
They did force 4 turnovers. The first 2 turnovers that they forced gave the offense the ball in great field position. They didn't turn them into any points. 3 and outs both times after those first 2 turnovers. It could have ended the game earlier if they were able to turn those turnovers into points. They did not, but 34-3, it's a minor bone you can pick there. The offense didn't smell blood in the water and put Jacksonville out of its misery early, but the defense helped with that later on. The offense with Deebo Samuel and Kyle Juszczyk ultimately did it. That's one thing that does pop to mind for me about this game. But let's go back to the phone lines here. 888-957-9570. We got some lines opening up here in just a little bit. Up next is Miles in Fort Mason. Miles joins us here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Miles, what's up? You're with Grandy and Sterling. What'd you think of that Niner game today?
What's up, guys? Hey, dominant win.
Yeah.
But, okay, in defense of Steve Wilks, come on. Like, there has been so many players on our defense who have missed tackles, who have been underperforming. Is he going to tell Nick Bosa to, rush the quarterback differently? I think, Steve Wilks has been the scapegoat for an underperforming defense, which, is not justified criticism of Steve Wilks. Irrespective of that, today's game, Brock played great. We demolished the, Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville. Like, such a statement game that what we needed after, the 3-game losing streak. So, huge day. So much to think about, going forward. Bang, freaking bang. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Miles. Appreciate the call. I think I agree with Miles in terms of Steve Wilks being the scapegoat. Now, I think some of it is deserved, but ultimately, again, it's what Sean Gibson said this week. Your star players have to go out there and make star plays. I think he said something along the lines of, our job is to make a bad call look good, and the Niners defense hadn't been doing that at all recently during the 3-game losing streak. Not saying they were bad calls today, but whatever was called looked great for the Niners every single time out there today. So I think probably similar to my opinion on the Brock Purdy conversation, Steve Wilks probably got a little bit more of the blame than he deserved, but it's not like he was out there without deserving any blame at all. Again, the blitz against Minnesota at the end of the first half, some of the other decisions But our caller, Miles, is right. Dre Greenlaw, make a tackle.
Please.
Fred Warner missed a couple, more than a couple during the 3-game losing streak. He set the tone early in this game. You saw almost every single one of your star players on that defense look like stars today. And that, not Steve Wilks coming down to the sideline, not him calling fewer blitzes. Your stars playing like stars, it's why you played a great game today.
I think the number was 31 that Greenlaw and Warner had missed 31 tackles this year before today.
Can't do that. I don't care who you are. Your middle linebacking core cannot do that.
Which, especially in the 3 games you played, a third-string quarterback in P.J. Walker, you played a Kirk Cousins offense that likes to play, I don't want to say dink and dunk, but quick passes to eliminate your pass rush. And same as Joe Burrow, albeit a more explosive offense in Cincinnati, they want to play the quick game. They want to make sure the Nick Bosa's of the world can't get home and get to the quarterback. And it hurts the fact that on the small times they did, or small chances they had to get and bring quarterbacks down, they didn't execute. Okay, well, when that doesn't happen, you need your linebackers and your secondary to clean things up of the defensive line misses. And for the Niners, when your 2 star linebackers who were heralded as the best linebacking duo in football, who in previous years have been such, miss 31 tackles through 7 games or 8 games, whatever it is, you're like, hey, you got to do a job. Like, you guys aren't playing up to par.
It's not Steve Wilks out there missing tackles.
Exactly, and it's not just Steve Wilks' fault. Players have to make plays. Stars have to play like stars. Going back to Wilks' criticism, my question would be, are there 11 stars not doing their job? No. Like, some of the blame has to go on Steve Wilks for the scheme or whether it's a blitz against the Vikings or whatnot. There are still issues here. Screen defense is not great, but the tackling was so much better today. 3rd down 2 weeks ago against Cincinnati, Hufanga has Burrow lined up to a T. Can just lay some wood, and he goes for the hit stick. Burrow says, whoop! Swami says out the way, and it's a 1st down. Today, Hufanga was laying wood, arm tackling, securing tackles. Same for Warner, Greenlaw. Maybe the worst tackler today was Lenore, but you can forgive it because no harm, no foul. When your other guys are cleaning things up, like, you essentially have to be a janitor. When there's a mess, clean it up. And when your guys are doing that and they're performing well and they're tackling well, you're going to hold good offenses like Jacksonville 2-3 points.
Yeah, pretty simple. I think the Niners defense, and you can include Steve Wilks in this, during the 3-game losing streak. Wilks had a bad game. Bosa had a bad game. Fred Warner had a bad game. There's plenty of blame to go around there. Today, everyone had a good game, the defensive coordinator included. It's always going to be a team effort. It's never going to be one individual in the game of football. It's impossible. Now, the defensive coordinator, who kind of rules overall and is able to determine how it's all playing out and how you strategize and how you plan for things, maybe has a little bit more influence than, say, a individual player on the field. But if you have stars all over the place, again, as Tayshaun Gibson said, you still should be able to overcome maybe some mistakes made by your leader, the defensive coordinator in Steve Wilks. Bottom line today, everyone had a fantastic game on the defense. Despite the fact that the offense put up 34 points, in my opinion, the defense far and away led the way in this game today. They were absolutely incredible. They forced 4 turnovers, and they got to Trevor Lawrence 5 different times in this game today. Your big offseason acquisition, Hargrave, had a sack and a half. Your trade deadline acquisition of a couple of weeks ago, Chase Young, had half a sack as well. He got into the action with his former Ohio State teammate, Nick Bosa. They combined on a strip sack. Bosa got credit for the fumble forced and the fumble recovered, but Chase Young was in on that play as well. All right, time for a break here on Overtime. 2 hours down. We've got a whole lot more to go. You can give us a call, 888-957-9570. We can get back to Brock Purdy. We want to hear from you, though. 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. And we're keeping an eye on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. More Overtime with Grandy and Sterling next on 95.7 The Game.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy.
34-3 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's hard to find a single Niners player that played poorly today. We've both thrown out Diamond. We both, there you go. We got to get your mic up on the back. There we go.
Wow. I changed rooms and it all goes to garbage.
So that's, that mention of he who shall not be named didn't actually count because it didn't go over the air.
I'll say it again.
You want to say it again?
Trey Lance.
His Dallas Cowboys are up 28-0 at halftime over the New York Giants. So
Counter-programming.
you better watch your mouth. You better be careful.
Or what? He's going to be a third quarterback here too again? Like, oh no, I'm so scared.
Anyways, 34-3, the Niners come out on top. Really, all of the Niners stars played incredible. Let's focus back in on the offense here for just a little bit. Christian McCaffrey, 16 for 95. He also had 6 catches for 47 yards. But for the first time as a 49er, did not get into the end zone.
That's the first time ever?
Right? Wait, did he get into the end zone in his first game when he did not start, did not play a full complement of snaps against the Chiefs?
Every full game he's played.
Yes.
Man.
Right? I'm not missing something, right?
I don't think so. It just sounds like...
Did he score in that first game he played against Kansas City when the Niners got boat raced at home?
I don't think so, no.
I'm going to check. Vamp.
That's crazy. Like, he's so good. like, it also does stink the fact that he is not going to be able to set the record for most consecutive games.
Time to start a new streak.
Yeah, 18 more again. It's
just a whole season's worth. We'll revisit this conversation a year from now. 365 days later, he'll be right back there again. Assuming health.
Yeah. Well, I mean, many people, including myself, were asking why is he in at the end of the game with Sam Darnold taking reps.
How does everyone feel about that? 888-957-9570.
It's very annoying.
I can imagine the conversation between Shanahan and McCaffrey when something like Shanahan asking him like, hey, I don't want to risk you getting hurt, but I know you're going for NFL history. Do you want to stay in? And McCaffrey emphatic. We can't repeat it on air.
No, we can. James Harden said it. I am the system. See how that's worked out. Yikes.
What was that? Was that a Harden impression?
No. Well, that would be at a strip club somewhere with him with ones and a bunch of women next to him. But Chris McCaffrey was like, I have Olivia Culpo. I don't need one of those, but I am the system.
By the way, I can confirm McCaffrey did not score in his first game as a Niner, but everyone since.
So you lied to me.
That one doesn't really count. He didn't start,
I mean, you're right. But still, 17 straight games. It's incredible. It's a full season.
Yeah.
Like...
And he scored multiple touchdowns and more than he hasn't.
That's crazy. Like, I know we've witnessed it, but like when you actually think about it, like, wow, he scored a touchdown in every single game he's played in, basically in the red and gold. It just blows
like
my
clockwork.
Like I know what's happened. I've watched it happen, and I celebrated them happening, saying, but it's like,
that's your celebration.
That's how I do it. That was my exact word when Craig showed up to work today.
Yeah, so to take you behind the curtain, Sterling was pulling double duty for the first half of overtime here, but now
I'm a two-way guard. Call me GP2.
You shoot threes and you play defense.
That's right.
There you go. Every team needs one of those guys. Actually, every team needs multiple of those guys.
AKA not James Harden.
Exactly.
He's so bad.
He's been pretty bad.
So bad. Clippers, what a joke.
But the fact that this was maybe the Niners' best team effort offensively and defensively this year, and I know McCaffrey was still good, but it didn't include a McCaffrey touchdown. I think, Sterling, it speaks to, and we already knew this, but really for the first time we've seen it now in practice, it speaks to the depth that the 49ers have. And if one guy is maybe not having their best game, and again, I'm not saying McCaffrey was bad today because he wasn't. It was his best game in a month. He was able to actually get the run game going, near 100 yards on the ground. He was also active and involved in the passing game, but was held out of the end zone. The fact that the Niners were able to put together their best team effort, offensively, defensively, hell, even Mitch Wishnowsky had a punt down to the 1 yard line. How about that? Shout out Jordan Mason, by the way, for downing that punt. at the 1 yard line.
I was a little worried there they were going to score on that drive and go 99 yards
They were
against our
close.
defense. I was a little worried.
They were I mean, that was their scoring drive. Their only scoring drive was where they started at their own 1 yard line. They got 3 points out of it.
Kind of sad, to be honest with you. Like, how do you end the day with 5 sacks and 4 takeaways? And you're like, yeah, the one time they scored, they marched like 75 yards on our defense.
Oh, breaking news. The Niners give up 3 points, and Sterling's upset at the defense. Sound the alarms.
I'm going to go back in the board op room if you keep acting this way.
But, I mean, in all seriousness, I think you saw the full complement of the Niners stars, and this was not that every game is going to be 34-3. And this it's not that's just impossible. It's not how it works in the NFL. But you're playing against a really good team on the road. They're coming off of a bye, as you are. They've won 5 games in a row. This was a challenge, a test that if you were to ask Niner fans, the Niners themselves, about, say, a month ago, you would expect them to pass with flying colors. No matter really what the task was.
Yeah.
Maybe unless it was Philadelphia. Like, there's levels to this. I don't think that Jacksonville is on the level of that elite tier.
No.
And we certainly saw it today.
They're a B team. As like the letter grade, not like a...
Yeah, they're not in the elite tier, but they're in that next tier down.
Yeah.
And there's what? Maybe like 5 teams in the elite tier?
Dallas, Jacksonville. I can think of anybody else.
Is that the second tier?
Chargers, probably. Lions, I think.
Chargers are not in that tier. They about to lose again? They losing right now? Amon-Ra just scored a touchdown.
The Lions are good, but like, so if
they're at home, they're not really at home. They don't have a home.
That's true. It's very true.
There's probably more.
It's close though. It's
wow.
It's 24-31.
30-24.
It's not.
I wish I had more players on my fantasy team in that game because touchdowns to play. It's 30-24 with 4.5 to go in the third quarter.
Lions have had 175 yards rushing in the first half against that Charger defense.
Wow. I had the Lions kicker in fantasy.
There you go.
Let's go.
A lot of 1-point PATs.
My 4 points.
Plus a field goal, right? There you go.
Math's hard.
But the Niners were able to put together their most impressive team-wide performance, and it was the day where McCaffrey doesn't even score.
What does that tell you? When Kittle scores a touchdown, Ayuk scores, Debo scores, and Kyle Juszczyk scores, it just goes back to, you said depth, but I'll say it just goes back to almost anybody can beat you any given play on this offense.
Yep.
Where it doesn't matter if you double team Debo and you're leaving somebody open. And on a day where McCaffrey still has like 95 yards on the ground and doesn't score, it's like, that's insane. How do you not score? That shows you how good he's been, but also just how great this Niners offense is when it comes to fullbacks are catching 20-yard touchdowns. Nobody else is doing that. Most teams don't even have fullbacks. And we're like, yeah, put him out there 20 yards deep and just go out there and score.
He was wide open.
We're just that good, man. We're going to Super Bowl.
See, no.
Mark it up right now.
No. It's comments like that. Like, look, our most recent comment on YouTube, shout out to the YouTube chat, my first NorCal Credit Union, Alan says, the Niners are the greatest team ever again until they lose one game and everyone panics again.
Yeah, you lose a game, we suck. That's how it works, right?
We need to... We need to be able to be a little bit more nuanced. Okay. And I hate that I sound like Steiny in this moment. We got to be a little bit more nuanced than just crowning this team when they have one dominant performance. And then, as Alan says, when they inevitably don't play near their best again, because breaking news, it's going to happen again at some point.
It's not going to happen ever again.
Steiny, get out of my head. We can't keep overreacting like this. Today was an incredible performance, a gigantic step forward, a much-needed win. As you put it, a must win. Yeah. They needed to win this game. You couldn't go to 5-4, lose 4 games in a row. You were going to be out of the race for the top seed in the NFC. You were going to be potentially behind Seattle by a whole game if you lost today in the NFC West. You needed this game. But this does not immediately catapult the Niners to Super Bowl favorite once again.
What does it do, though? They're number 3 in the odds. What does it do now?
I don't know. It proves, too, that they didn't magically lose all of their ability to play football.
No, but it proves that they should be in that tier. We're sitting here saying it's them, the Eagles, and whoever else is out of the AFC. Like,
I never took them out of that tier.
But people did. People sat back and said, oh, they're number 1 in our power rankings from weeks 1 through 5. Now they're number 8. Now, yes, you lose 3 games in a row, you deserve to fall down because you're not playing well.
Oh,
right?
yeah, but I don't care power rankings.
But does this win, and I think for many people it does, when there are issues arising where it seems like maybe Steve Wilkes' job might be on the line pretty soon. I even said on Twitter that you lose against the Jaguars, you lose against the Buccaneers, yeah, night, goodbye. You cannot lose against those teams and expect to go out and beat Seattle in Seattle, go out and beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia. You're not going to win in the playoffs if your defense doesn't pick things up. Now, today, different story. Defense plays phenomenal, the best they have all year long. I do think there are some fans that didn't hop off the bandwagon, but they at least said, we have some serious problems here, and I'm worried about what happens come playoff time or comes week 12 through 14, maybe even Christmas Day against the Ravens. And now we're sitting back saying, okay, those games are going to be a lot easier, or it's going to be a lot closer for us. We actually have a fighting chance, or we should beat those teams again. Whereas you go back 2 weeks ago against the Vikings, we're like, how did we lose to Kirk Cousins with no Justin Jefferson? How did we lose to the Browns who didn't have Deshaun Watson and Nick Chubb and Joel Bitonio playing left guard? I do think there are some fans sitting back here saying, man, like, I was really worried, and now I'm okay with this team now. I'm fine.
It makes you feel better, sure. And the conversation would be different if the Niners came out and laid an egg again and lost this game.
Look at YouTube. Turn some pages, say, this win changes nothing. It's a big red flag. I think there are some fans saying that, yes, you won 34-3.
This win changes nothing?
There are some fans that think that. I don't agree with that. I do think there is some maybe refound faith or hope that this defense can refine itself, and they're going to be great to end the year and go on a massive second-half run. They should. They're that good enough on paper. But if the execution falters against Baker Mayfield and Craig's Buccaneers, night, like, what is this? It's going into a point of like, wow, one good game. It's great. I'm happy about it. But I do think there is still some room to be skeptical of, can you carry it over into next Sunday? I think they can. I think they've refound something here. But there are some fans that are going to say, show me again. One game doesn't outdo the 3 you've lost in a row against bad teams.
Yeah, so let's ask this question. 888-957-9570. Give us a call or shoot us a text on the Comcast Business text line, and we'll hear from you as well on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube and Twitch chats. What does this win do for you? Does it just erase away all the frustrations of their last 3 games? Is this just a continuation of the first 5 weeks now? Or is it, no worries, we're good? Or is it just like, this is what we needed, but I'm still a little bit worried that this team could be kind of hot and cold, on or off. We don't know who we're going to get every single day.
Are you like Katy Perry, hot and cold, yes or no?
No.
So what are you? You just always hot? You always cold?
I think that this team, despite the fact that they played 3 bad football games consecutively, is still one of the best teams in the NFL.
So you think they're hot?
Yeah, but I never...
You are not a Marion Icebox.
I mean, right? I'm not saying that this team is going to go into Philadelphia.
A good song, that'd be great.
I'm not saying that I'm super confident this team is going to go into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles in a few weeks. I'm not saying I think they should be favored to win the Super Bowl. But what I'm saying is, despite the fact that they struggled for 3 straight games, I never took them out of that top tier in the NFL.
So if they've always been in that top tier of top 3, top 5 teams, and they crush one of the better AFC teams after losing 3 games in a row, does that not move them somewhat up higher, or does that not make you think, wow, this defense may have finally hit a stretch of row where they can go, it's pretty smooth sailing from here on out, of if Bosa's getting a sack a game and Chase Young's playing great and whatnot, that they might be able to, I don't see we're on the gauntlet, but at least they could beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia.
I think a bit. I think that the defense is the big thing for me, because as we talked a lot early in the show, the defense really hadn't put together their patented elite game. Yeah. There's been obviously good games and good moments. The Giants game stands out, but what we know now about the Giants maybe takes a little bit of the credit away from the Niners on that one. Just puts the blame squarely on the Giants. Yes, correct. They were playing Daniel Jones in that game, but still, Giants offense.
DeVito, to be honest with you.
Put some respect on Danny Dimes' name. Come on.
I don't think even Giants fans want to do that. They'd rather
DeVito can't throw the ball.
They'd rather play Tyrod Taylor.
They'd rather have Danny DeVito at quarterback.
I want to see that, first off. He has Jersey Mikes in the football on the other hand.
If it was Tyrod Taylor, sure, but it's Tommy DeVito.
He's a GOAT.
What? Did you see the report? He's still living at home with his parents. Did you see that?
Aren't we all, Mark? It's 2023. Hi, Mom. My dad will see you in about 6 hours back at the house.
This dude's a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, I mean, he's not.
He is starting for the Giants for the time being.
Yeah, time being. Until he gets cut in 6 months and is like, Dad, can I get a loan?
Until Tyrod Taylor heals.
And he has consistent rib issues because he's getting poked too hard by doctors in
DeVito
LA.
might be the starting quarterback for the rest of the season, especially when the Giants enter tank mode as they have right now, down 28 points against the Dallas Cowboys.
I feel like I would just play a punter at quarterback at that point. Like, what do you have to lose? You're already down 28-0. I mean, they already don't have that. They're 2-7. It's over. They got what is the guy out there? The Mike is it Francesca? He's like, it's like he's out there screaming, yelling, like, oh, they put Eli Manning again. It's like, all right, Mike, call it a night, dude. You're good.
So, what does this win do for you, though? Does it?
It's as if it reestablishes San Francisco being one of the elite teams. Because
the worries, the issues of the 3-game losing streak, are those still there for you, or is this kind of push them out of the way?
No, there's certainly concerns. You have to play Tampa Bay, not too concerned about, no offense, Craig, but like Nick Bosa is going to make Baker Mayfield his bad word, if you could say that. Like, he's going to do things to him you're not going to like. He'll plant the flag out there, no problem.
You're calling it. If he doesn't have like 3 sacks.
If we don't win, I don't know what I'll do, but...
Whoa. Lock it up.
This is a 10-story building for a reason. It's like, my goodness. Like,
all right, tune in to Overtime next week when Nick Bosa fails to sack Baker Mayfield. We're going to see live on YouTube Sterling Bennett jump out the double-pane windows and go crashing down to the busy Kearney Street below.
That'll pay for my parking ticket I got last week, so it's fine. You know, my life insurance policy. $108 my butt. Come on, SF. Jesus.
108. My God.
But no, it really does. I think it reestablishes San Francisco being one of the top 3 teams in football, with Philadelphia and really whoever else you want to put in the AFC, whether it's Kansas City. I don't even know who's that good over there. Really, it's a whole hodgepodge of...
Baltimore was playing well until they gave that game
It's a good point. Baltimore probably the second best team in the AFC behind Kansas City.
Well, AFC just got weird with Baltimore losing and the Bengals losing.
But every time Baltimore plays the Browns, it means something for the Browns. Every time you left, and now that's the team that left.
What was it? It was like 31-13 or something?
Oh, no, I had the 6 points and the Ravens, going in.
Congrats.
All the way. Yeah, totally.
There you go. Well, he also had the over in the Buccaneers game, so don't talk to him that much about it.
Because Mike Evans had to drop 2 touchdowns. So, yeah.
That's your first mistake, betting an over with Baker Mayfield as your quarterback.
Do it next week, I dare you. We'll put some money on there.
Well, the Niners
might hit the over next week because the Niners are going to hit the over.
I was going to say by themselves, yeah.
But I do think what this does is that, yes, there are issues here. The screen defense isn't great. We saw Christian Kirk have 3-4 plays in a row where you're like, 15 yards, 10 yards here. I have no idea who this team's nickel cornerback is. Is it Lenore? Is Ambry Thomas going to start from here on out? I have no idea. And if that's the case, even against the Buccaneers, I don't trust Ambry Thomas on Mike Evans. My God. Nightmare fuel.
You're going to need Nick Bosa to get home because you're going to need all the help you can get from the defensive line.
But then you have to go to Seattle once. Pete Carroll's always got something up his sleeve. DK Metcalf, Smith, Kenneth Walker. It's a good team up there. They're not great, but they're good. Probably a B team in the NFC. Then got to play Philadelphia and the Ravens. Like, they're going to be more tested. But to me, this does prove that, okay, if you can beat a B team in the AFC, which is the much better conference than the NFC, then I think you should be able to handle the Buccaneers and handle the Seahawks. Then, if you're lucky or you've found yourself in Philadelphia playing hot football, maybe you beat them 2 on the road. Like, I do think that, and that game's going to be a huge proving point as to how good San Francisco actually is, because you don't want to go to Philadelphia twice in the same year, which you might have to do this year. Like, this game, though, I think does reprove that they should be heralded as a top 3 team in football.
Well, as we look at the Comcast Business text line from the 650, their answer to the question, this win is a good bounce back and nothing else. We still have a lot of red flags if we want to be considered elite. 1 game is a bounce back. Need more.
Yeah. You have to win next week.
That's fair.
Then you have to beat Seattle at least once. At least once.
Oh, yeah, but that was the case.
Well, you beat them 3 times last year.
Yeah. But
But there's no excuse.
We would feel that same way if the team beat the Vikings anyway. If this team was now, 7-2 instead of 6-3? You still feel like you can't lose to the Bucs. That would be so bad. You're losing your grip on the end. Like, the conversation would be exactly the same even if it wasn't a 3-game losing streak.
No, because if you beat the Vikings and you beat Jacksonville and you lost to the Bengals, you go, okay, it's one bad loss, whatever. And you're
but now if we lose to the Bucs, the Eagles will have a game up on us.
It's a bad team, though. You can't. If you want to be a great team, you got to beat bad teams. You have to smash it and it's destroy bad teams.
I hate to defend Craig, but the Buccaneers aren't a bad team.
Hey, as an Oklahoma Sooner fan who watched Baker Mayfield throw away a game against the Bulldogs in Georgia in the playoffs a few years ago, and watch him struggle in Cleveland and Carolina and now be mediocre for the Bucs, it's not a good team.
Just because your college football team has lost a couple of games the last few weeks.
Hey, I can be bitter, Mark. I'm not in the lobby saying, go Ducks whenever they scored a touchdown against USC last night.
We're going to the Natty, Sterling.
See how insane that sounds? But I can say it for the Niners because they actually deserve to be in the conversation like that.
I'm not going to let you poke and prod me like this.
All I know is right now, Lenore was the worst defensive player on the field today.
And you know who was really good?
You can't deny that
You know
either.
who was really good? Eric Armstead. What is that now? 3 sacks his last 2 games? He had a couple against the Bengals.
You're right, he did. Well, he had 2 against the Bengals?
Yeah, and 1 here today. First drive. He set the tone.
He did.
First drive of the game, 3rd down. I think it was 3rd and manageable. Armstead gets to the quarterback, brings him down. They punt. Niners go right down the field, score a touchdown, 7-0, and they never looked back. Thank you, Eric Armstead.
More of an Oregon State kind of guy, but you know.
Big game coming up in a couple of weeks.
I don't watch Oregon State football. No one does. Not even Oregon State people.
Hey, they're ranked number 12, the Beavers are. Put some respect on their name.
It doesn't matter. Isaiah Hodgins, though, went to high school with him. Now at the Giants,
we're getting
boat race 28-0.
Shout out. Yeah. All right, we got to hit a break here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game, but really, I do want to hear from you guys. 888-957-9570. What does this dominant win by the Niners do for you? 34-3 over the red-hot at the time Jacksonville Jaguars. Does this cement the Niners back in the elite category of NFL contenders? Does it rid you of all your fears from the 3-game losing streak? Or is it like, hey, good step, but you still got to prove something more to me? I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. More and your calls coming up on the other side as Overtime continues. It's Sterling and Grandy here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I think we're lost again.
Wait, what does that sign over there say?
Caution wildlife crossing?
No, next to it.
If you're 60 or older, you may be...
95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Overtime continues here on 95.7 The Game. We've got an hour left, and we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. The 49ers, a dominant win, 34-3 on the road in Jacksonville today. They snapped their 3-game losing streak. They're now 6-3 on the season. At the moment, alone atop the NFC West, although the Seahawks are currently locked in a battle with the Washington Commanders. It's 16-12 Seattle with about 8.5 left in quarter number 3. We'll keep updating you on that score there. The most important, or maybe one of the other important games for the Niners, or the important teams to keep an eye on, is the Philadelphia Eagles, but they are on bye. They are idle this week.
Cowards.
As they sit at 8-1, 2 games up on the 49ers, who again are at 6-3. The Niners win snaps the Jaguars' 5-game winning streak. Jacksonville is now 6-3 as well on the season in the AFC. But the 49ers, very, very dominant performance today, and specifically for Brock Purdy. He was incredible. 19 for 26, 296 yards and 3 touchdowns. Did not turn the ball over. And how about this for a tidbit, Sterling?
Oh, a tidbit.
In Brock Purdy's first 2 seasons, he's registered 3 games with 3 or more touchdown passes and a passer rating of 140 or more, making him just the second player in NFL history to have 3 such games in their first 2 seasons. The other, we've referenced him already here on this show.
Trey Lance? Oh. Sorry.
I honestly knew that was coming.
Okay, second, sure.
But the other is Hall of Famer Kurt Warner.
So he's elite. What is, like... What? I didn't watch the show, but I saw the clip that was put on social media of First Things First this past week, Nick Wright and company. They're saying, hey, no, Brock Purdy doesn't play well. We're going to have a different conversation. Maybe Sam Darnold should get some reps, and that's a problem. It's like, or you can just watch him be very good, borderline elite quarterback, and just say, oh, well, okay, they got something over there. They're cooking with oil. Like, if almost every Brock Purdy stat you read outside of 3 games, you're like, oh my God, he's an elite company. Mahomes, Hall of Famers and whatnot. Yeah. Like, exactly. Honestly, it's to a point of people are just hating because he doesn't look the way they want him to, or they're bitter about Trey Lance or whatever it is. It's like, why is it? I know it doesn't happen really ever, but this isn't the first time we have seen quarterbacks come out of nowhere, like Kurt Warner's, like Tom Brady's. And I'm not saying Brock Purdy's any of those people. What I'm saying is,
like Joe Montana, like Steve Young, whoa.
I'm saying is we've seen this before, and we've seen it at least 2 times in my lifetime. It's not like this is so uncommon it's never happened. It's like there have been plenty of first-round picks, number 1 overall picks that have failed more often than a 7th-round pick doing something crazy or a late-round draft pick doing something crazy. Like, I can say right now, Baker Mayfield, not a great first-round pick. Not a great first overall pick. Kenny Pickett shouldn't have been the first quarterback taken in this draft. This past year, Bryce Young, compared to C.J. Stroud, not played great. And I'm not saying Brock Purdy is a world beater or going to be a Hall of Famer, but when almost every name that your stats are equal to or close enough to are future Hall of Famers and elite quarterbacks, what does that make you? The company you live in is some of the all-time greats or, again, the top 5 quarterbacks in the league right now. What does that make you? One of the top 5 quarterbacks or top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now that can make elite plays. And
okay, top 10 quarterbacks in the league, that's a third of the league. Like, what? That doesn't do anything for me.
Top 6, every time you talk about him, it's like, wow, I couldn't believe this and that stat. Couldn't you believe that's Kurt Warner level? Whoa! But you're like, honestly, it's like, but people are like, well, I'm maybe like the 16th guy. I'm not really sure. Like, what? Like, read the stat again. Talking about it's an insane level stat. People are like, I'm still skeptical.
Well, this one's pretty in the weeds. I mean, okay.
I love the weeds. So.
In his first 2 seasons, Purdy has registered 3 games with 3 or more touchdown passes and a passer rating of 140 or more, making him just the 2nd player in NFL history to have 3 such games in their first 2 seasons, the other being Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner in 1999.
So he's playing like a Hall of Fame quarterback, or stats on par through his first 3 games of the first 2 seasons, whatever it is.
He's playing like a Hall of Fame quarterback played early in his career.
And what happened later? Kurt Warner won a Super Bowl.
And later became a Hall of Famer.
Uh-huh. So he's on track. He's on track. I'm not saying he's going to get there or be as good when it's all said and done. But I don't care about in a month and a half. I don't care about in 5 years. All I care about is be the Jaguars. And right now, this season and this team and this quarterback, he had a pretty good opportunity.
You want another Brock Purdy stat?
Is it bad?
No, it's a good one.
I said. Yes, tell me.
He's only getting better, Sterling. His 66-yard touchdown pass to George Kittle.
I think I know. Longest of his career?
Yeah, the longest of his career. He's only getting better. He keeps improving, Sterling. Next week, he's going to throw a 67-yarder.
And then after that, 68?
Yeah, and then 69 after
that. Brock Purdy's so good. So good.
See, this is... I don't like the conversation when it goes like this, when it goes this way.
Why?
Because we had this same exact conversation after the dominant win over the Cowboys. And you tried to box me into this corner. He's elite. He's a top 5 quarterback in this league. He's the MVP favorite. He's going to win it. He's going to win the Super Bowl.
So
and then what happened?
He played good against the Browns.
He committed 7 turnovers in the next 3 games.
No, he played good against the Browns, played good enough besides 2 plays against the Vikings to win that game. Jake Moody missed a handful of field goals. Christian McCaffrey fumbled. What else do you need to know, Mark? He ain't the problem. Ask anybody. When their stretch was bad,
he's not the problem, but we have to get out of this pattern of He throws for 275 and 3 tuds, and suddenly we're crowning him the next coming of Jesus Christ. And then when he has one bad game, we're like, oh no, he stinks. What could we possibly expect? He's a second year Mr. Irrelevant. This is what we should have expected. Why were we getting so ahead of ourselves? Can we learn from our past mistakes?
No. History is doomed to repeat itself, Mark.
Yeah, if you forget about it, let's remember it.
But if we're going to remember it, let's remember him playing great last year, too.
Remember that.
Him playing great the first 5 games of the season. Him playing even relatively great in 2 of the games this team has lost. It's not like we're sitting back, or at least I'm not sitting back saying, I'm off the bandwagon. The team lost 3 games. It's like, no, there may be some serious concerns here about the defense, and the offense isn't playing too great, 17 points in each of their 3 losses. It's not great. But I can sit back and say, yeah, well, Brock Purdy was pretty good. Like, okay, like, he's still playing, I don't want to say elite level in those 3 games, but outside of 2 plays against the Bengals and 2 plays against the Vikings and 1 fumble or 1 pick against the Browns, it's like, yeah, what, 5 plays of the 70 he did play were bad?
I agree with you. I agree with you in that despite the poor moments were just that, moments. The larger sample of Brock Purdy in those games were very good. The first half against the Vikings, I've said multiple times here on 95.7 The Game, I thought the best half of football he's ever played.
Some of the best plays he's had, whether it was against the Giants in that game, I think the throw to Kittle in the corner, or maybe Ayuk, 1 play against Dallas, and even the play today on the left sideline didn't even count. Some of his best plays aren't even counting.
Against the Bengals, he used his legs like a Lamar Jackson would.
Exactly.
Like, legitimately, one of the more impressive displays of quarterback agility and athleticism I've seen this year.
If every play outside of 5, 7 this year are impressive, amazing, awesome, elite, what does that make him, though?
A second-year quarterback.
No. That makes him a second-year quarterback lighting the NFL on fire on his way to being 6-3, first place in the NFC West, and harboring his name amongst the top 5 quarterbacks in football.
It means he's off to a hell of a start.
People are already saying C.J. Stroud's a franchise quarterback, and he's 5-4.
Yeah, but that's because he was a second overall pick.
Brock Purdy's playing better than him. Or has through a whole season.
I'm not ready to crown C.J. Stroud a future Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's the next Tom Brady. I'm not saying he's the next Joe Montana. Well, who's the greatest quarterback in Texans history? Short list. Don't even think about it. Probably Matt
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, maybe it's already C.J. Stroud.
Deshaun Watson? Okay, fine. Derek Carr, geez. Or David Carr, sorry.
Yeah, he's like the worst quarterback.
TJ Yates, whatever his name is.
I remember playing for them.
TJ Yates.
Nor should he.
Oh God, his name is escaping me.
Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Is he a Texan?
Yeah. Fitzmagic.
It's not who I was thinking of, but wow. He got around at the end of his career, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure it's Matt Schaub, though.
It probably is. I mean, he led him to the playoffs.
He had 6 pick sixes in that final year. He had 6 pick sixes.
They beat the Raiders in the playoffs that year, right?
Well, it's because they had Connor Cook. That doesn't count.
Yeah, Derek Carr got hurt at the end of that season. Yeah. The rest is history.
Yeah.
But I just, and I know you know this about me, I just don't want to overreact to a single game. And I know we have a larger sample of Brock Purdy now. But just like I'm not going to crown C.J. Stroud a future Hall of Famer, the early returns are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And if I had to guess, is Brock Purdy or C.J. Stroud going to randomly fall off a cliff?
Probably not.
And turn into nothing? No, of course I'm not guessing that. But I still haven't seen Brock Purdy. We talked, this was the conversation the last couple of weeks, whether you blame the Niners offense and the way it's set up, not being able to come from behind when the defense knows that you're probably going to have to pass, you're trailing by 14 points with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, you need your quarterback to go out there and get you a touchdown quickly, get the ball back and score again. The defense, and I know that's an incredibly difficult situation that only the best quarterbacks in the league can do. The Joe Burrows, maybe not today. The Josh Allens, maybe not at times this year.
Not this year.
The Patrick Mahomes, the Justin Herberts, who's proven to be, I mean, he's been pretty clutch in his career.
On the playoffs.
One playoff game, okay?
Only one he's been in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one playoff game. We don't know. All I'm saying...
We know.
You know, okay?
Yeah.
I don't need to finish my point?
No. I know about Herbert is what I'm saying.
Oh, you know about Herbert.
Not your point, but yeah.
All I'm saying is it's a fantastic start for Brock Purdy, but I am not at a point where I am ready to say this guy is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's an elite guy who can, when you need to just ride behind the right arm of your quarterback, the defense knows throw is coming. Can he go out and beat you consistently? I don't know just yet. I'm not saying I don't think he can. I don't know.
Do you know outside of 5 quarterbacks in football that you can guarantee would get you that win? Not
guarantee.
No, I'm saying, like, okay, you pick 3 quarterbacks and say, I know they have a high odds of getting me a dub. Mahomes, probably Jalen Hurts this year, last couple years.
Burrow, Josh Allen.
I wouldn't even put Josh Allen in there.
I would.
Too many picks, too much hero ball.
I know he's had a really strange season, but
It's the Haley Steinfeld effect.
Allen is still in that elite group.
I think he's the bottom of that group, but yeah, okay. Yeah. Are you putting Lamar Jackson in there?
Probably not.
I'm not. But Lamar Jackson's played better than Herbert has this year.
You know I'm putting in that group.
Don't you dare say Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
You can end the show now. Just hit the break.
C.J. Stroud is tied for 6 all-time in wins. So already 6
in
Texans.
In Texans history. Yeah, sounds about right.
He is the system.
I just don't want to get caught in the trap of overreacting to one game. Is all.
But it's not one game. Is the point?
It's one game after he committed 7 turnovers in a 3-game stretch.
But he has 3 poor games, right? Let's just say they're poor. Below average games.
Yeah.
Not Brock Purdy level of games.
That's fair.
Okay, out of the, I don't know how many he's played now, but 17, the 14 other ones don't count or they don't matter as much, or because you've had 3 bad games, it knocks you down a peg of like, I don't know if I trust you, or maybe I'm more skeptical now because you played 3 bad games against the best at the time, the best defense in 50 years in the Browns.
I just don't want to. I could have Joe Burrow. Brock Purdy could be a top 10 pick, and I think I would still feel the same way. Like it's not about the draft position. It's not about your expectations. It's just about, I feel like, and maybe this is part of Niner fandom coming out for me, I feel like I've been down this road before and hurt a couple of times.
So you got Jimmy Garoppolo PTSD, is what you're saying.
Even Colin Kaepernick.
That was a little different, but yeah.
A little different, but I mean, he burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
Absolutely took the league by storm.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, not only do we have our franchise quarterback, but this guy could be an MVP. Like after the year he took over and led the team to the Super Bowl and almost damn near won it, you go into that season thinking, oh, we got something here.
Which they did.
And then they went back to the NFC Championship game, yeah. And
the
then
entire organization fell apart, which isn't going to happen with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, you're probably right. But my only point is, going through that experience, going through the experience of Jimmy Garoppolo, and I know I've told you this, I think on air and off air, the first year of Jimmy Garoppolo, the 2017 season when he came in and won 5 wins in a row, and they signed him to, at the time, the richest deal for a quarterback in NFL history, I was so sure he was the guy for years to come. Years to come. And then what happened a couple of years later?
He tore his ACL. Let's not.
Okay, but then he bounced back, went to the Super Bowl, and wasn't able to complete a pass to Emmanuel Sanders and all of that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. And and then years after that continued to make you want to pull your hair out at times. I don't want to get so overconfident and put all my emotional eggs in one basket too soon.
Couldn't I argue the head coach already did that? Shanahan did that.
Well, what else is the head coach going to do?
Could have kept Trey Lance. And that's like an honest statement. That's not just me saying his name to say his name. Like,
well, yeah, but you're not going to do that if you know that the guy isn't a good quarterback. You know Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. The question is he going to be really good enough to win you a Super Bowl?
They think that.
Yeah, okay. They think he's the best option that they have.
No. They think he's one of the best options in football. They do. Yes, they do.
They think he's one of the...
They think Brock Purdy, maybe isn't Mahomes or Hurts, They think he's one of the better options, one of the best options at quarterback in the entire league.
How do you define one of?
Top 6, top 7? There are a handful of quarterbacks, Shanahan, that we would think he might want to pick over Purdy that he wouldn't, and it would surprise us. I truly believe that.
You know who's in that list? Josh Dobbs.
Well, for the Vikings, he might be their franchise quarterback now. So, but still, like, I don't think Shanahan will pick Dak, and the Cowboys are in love with him, which he's played great the past couple weeks. We've seen what he can do come playoff time. It's not great. We've seen Herbert, and I like Justin Herbert. Maybe held back by his head coaching. I also don't think Herbert's going to be a guy you point to in a decade. You're like, wow, he's won 2 MVPs and got a championship. He's going to be a guy that struggles late in games and doesn't get the job done. He's in the B tier of quarterbacks. I'm not saying physically gifted, Purdy surpasses him, but it's the things that Purdy can do, his processing, his ability to evade pressure. I do think there are quarterbacks that we as fans might say are a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, that Shanahan would say, I'd rather have Brock Purdy over said quote-unquote better quarterback than him.
That's interesting. I'm not sure I agree, but who knows what Shanahan
Let's throw hands then right now.
Let's go. Live on YouTube. Get over there.
That's quite the show.
YouTube.com/957 the game. Who you picking, Sterling? Sterling.
I mean,
I might have the reach on you, but you.
I mean, I am like 230,
yeah,
6'2", so we'll see. And, I frequent the Planet Fitness, Mark, so you better watch out.
All right, let's see what the callers have to think. Up next is CJ from the city. CJ, you're on overtime with Grandy and Sterling. You want to talk about Brock Purdy. What'd you see from the Niners quarterback today, CJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? First and foremost, thank you guys for taking my call. I thought Brock looked great today, actually. I thought it was a big bounce back game for him. This game would have been the difference between being 3 games over 500 or just a game over 500. So it was definitely a huge win for us. But overall, though, I think Brock Purdy is a great quarterback when all 6 Pro Bowlers are completely healthy and the conditions are right. But I feel like as soon as 1 or 2 of those Pro Bowlers miss some time, Brock Purdy is not as elite, not as efficient. And I think a big testament to that is his second half performances in games where he's not leading and the defense is not exactly there. Brock Purdy doesn't exactly show up. And just look at his touchdown interception ratio and his fourth quarter quarterback efficiency, which is actually lower, which was lower than Zach Wilson in the past month. But besides all that, I think the way I look at it is if Brock Purdy was due for a contract year this year, what would you guys pay him? Like, given all of this and given what he looks like without Pro Bowlers and given what he looks like with the fully healthy team, what would you guys pay him? That's all I got. Thank you guys for taking my call, and let's go Niners, baby.
Thanks, CJ. Yeah, good call.
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Good question.
That is a good question.
I'll tell him right now, San Francisco would pay him more than Kirk Cousins.
Would pay him more than they would pay Kirk Cousins, or pay him more than what Kirk is currently making?
They would pay him more on the open market right now than Kirk Cousins.
Well, Kirk Cousins has a torn Achilles.
Let's minus the injury, I guess. A healthy Kirk Cousins, I think Purdy would get more money. In 5 years, I don't know the money the value, but I think they would pay him a lot more than I think many of us would actually like to acknowledge.
Okay, so how much is that?
Let's see.
We're talking about per years, yeah?
Let's just say money per year, yeah. So Burrow's making $55 million, Purdy ain't getting that. Herbert's not getting, he got $52 million, Purdy ain't getting that. I think you're going to find Purdy around the Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford average per year, right? Probably
So
getting around
close to
40.
40?
Yeah, I think so. 23-year-old quarterback, you think's the guy you're not going to pay $40 million a year? Yeah, you would.
So you're telling me, say Brock Purdy is eligible for an
Free
extension
agent this offseason.
This offseason.
Mm-hmm. And
Everything else about the Niners is the same. Yeah. They have all the same contract situations.
Bye-bye Brandon Ayuk.
They don't have...
Bye-bye Chase Young.
Oh, yeah, Chase Young, yeah. I mean...
Still.
And they're paying Brock Purdy $40 million. Plus or minus.
If you think you have the guy, why would you let him go? I'm not saying that he's better than those quarterbacks making $40 million.
Yeah, no.
It's just open market, yes, you'd pay him $40 million.
Yeah, so just for a point of reference, Daniel Jones is $40 million.
And he's much better than him.
Just because the Giants are the worst franchise in the National Football League does not mean the Niners need to follow suit and offer more than that guy.
But if I'm walking into a negotiation, I'm saying, that guy's making 40. I'm just thinking.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the Lamar Jackson conundrum that happened this entire offseason.
Yeah, but Jared Goff
as a result of what Deshaun Watson did.
Right now, Kirk Cousins is making $35 million a year. Jared Goff's making $33.5. You are paying Brock Purdy more than that.
Patrick Mahomes is making $45. You think Brock is only worth $5 million less?
Dak's making 40.
Yeah. And Brock Purdy has beaten Dak twice.
The other part of this conversation, and we got to hit a break, and we could talk more about this. The Niners, of course, if they think he's the guy, they would want to keep him around, and they would do everything they can to sign him and to make sure he's a Niner for the long term. But the market value question depends on what other teams value of him. And if other teams are only willing to say, hey, Brock, here's $33 million.
Okay, well, let's ask
then
this.
The Niners, why would the Niners ever sign him to more than that?
Would the Vikings pay Brock Purdy $40 million?
I don't think so.
Okay, interesting.
But here's the problem you run into is you say, hey, let's roll those dice, and let's say you give him the franchise tag. That's top 5 money. Yeah. That's $46 million.
Do you think
top 5 is at $48.5?
Do you think the Saints would pay Brock Purdy what they're paying Derek Carr at $37.5? I guarantee you they would. I guarantee you the Titans would pay Brock Purdy $30 million, which is what they're paying Ryan Tannehill.
I don't know. The good news for the 49ers and the bad news for Brock Purdy is contractually, they are not allowed to even think about this.
Thank God.
For at least another year. So it's not even a question. It's certainly something they're considering, but it's not even a question that they have to answer anytime soon, and they'll have more time to ultimately come to a decision one way or another. I would agree that they want to keep Brock Purdy around long term. The question of money is a little more intricate, and I think would take a little bit more time to dig into. All right, time for a break. We got one more segment to get to. Remember, Warriors basketball is coming up here on 95.7 The Game at 5:30. We'll get you out to Warriors coverage with John Dickinson beginning at 4:30. That's in half an hour. So we've got one more segment left of overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Sterling and Grandy are back with more next here on 95.7 The Game.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works?
It's a really, really bad defense in LA.
They got some dudes on that defense too, but they just can't stop anybody.
I do want to know what it feels like to be Evan Giddings crying in his beer right now, knowing his team can't get it done against mediocre Lions teams.
I think the good news for Evan is he's working a game right now, so I don't think he's watching.
Well, we'll see it afterwards. I think it's like
hopefully he's not listening to us right now and we just spoiled it for him. But
I mean, it's not really a spoiler when it's happened 5 times this year.
Wow, that is unnecessarily mean. By the way, just moments ago, the Commanders have tied the ball game up.
Ew.
A Antonio Gibson 19-yard touchdown catch.
So Sam Howell got a touchdown?
Sam Howell threw another touchdown.
That's my quarterback.
19-19, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. We've got a little more than 20 minutes left here on overtime. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. I wanted to throw one thing to you, and I know you're aware of this stat.
See if I can catch it.
It absolutely shocked me when I saw this stat this last week. Again, the Niners at the bye last week. 3-game losing streak. They come out and they dominate today. Again, the final score for the 49ers, 34-3 over Jacksonville. And this comes courtesy of our friend Kyle Madsen. The Niners under Shanahan, 16-30 before the bye, 37-16 now after the bye. under Kyle Shanahan. What does that number mean to you? It can't just be a coincidence. There's clearly something to that. This Niners team has consistently struggled to start seasons, and this year isn't really the case, but they struggled just before the bye, and they have been arguably better than anyone else in the league post-bye.
I wonder
is it just a coincidence? Can it possibly be just a coincidence?
We also got to think, I believe their bye week in 2019 when they were like 7-1 or 8-0 to start the year was like in week 4. So it's not like maybe their best
a little more lopsided because
they were 3-5.
Their one dominant year, a lot of the wins happen after the fact.
Exactly. But also I think now they're 2019, 2021, and 2022. They have been 8-2 in the month in November. Now 9-2.
Yeah.
So Octobers have not been great. Brocktoberfests have not been very fun for Kyle Shanahan. But now you're 9-2. You have a great record in November, and you're hoping you beat Tampa Bay, you beat Seattle, and maybe if you're lucky, you go into December and you play in Philadelphia on the road.
Well, do you remember what the conversation was on overtime? I remember fielding a number of calls. I can't remember if it was after the Cowboys game when it was the 5-0 Niners or maybe it was the 3-0 or the 4-0 Niners. And there were a number of people who were like, I'm worried the Niners are peaking too early, right?
Yeah.
I don't want them playing this good right now. And while I understand the sentiment, really quickly, I do want to interrupt this to say that the Arizona Cardinals have just picked up a win, a last-second field goal in Kyler Murray's return from his ACL tear. They knock off Atlanta 25-23. So the Cardinals now 2-8. And those division games against Arizona may be a little bit more difficult coming up for the Niners. But the conversation then was, at least from some Niner fans, I'm a little worried about peaking too early.
Right.
My answer to that was, well, there's so much football left. I'm not really too worried about that. Anytime my team wins, it's good news. And since then, we've been through the down of a 3-game losing streak and now the upward trajectory of this win. But it does seem like there's something to Niners teams under Kyle Shanahan playing their best in second halves of seasons when you're gearing up for the playoffs. And generally, that has led to postseason success. Every time this Niners team has made the playoffs under Kyle Shanahan, they've won at least 2 playoff games. Or they've won 2 playoff games every time.
Yeah. I do wonder, I know in previous years, even Shanahan himself has said it's taken me a while to find a rhythm. That was all 2021 when they lose the Packers at home and you're like, why is Josh Norman and Drake Kirkpatrick playing defense for us? Yikes. He admitted that it took him a while to get going. This year, a little different. It didn't take him all but 1 quarter to get going this year, and the offense was rolling for the first 5 games, and we'll never know exactly outside of what we see on the field, which we can point to a handful of things as to what went wrong with the offense and the defense included in that. But if the second half of the season is when this team wants to turn things on, and they're not going to say guaranteed to, but if they're going to go on another second half magical run, then they're going to find themselves at the end of the season fighting amongst the final 6, final 4, which got a good chance to go all the way if that's the case. But it more so feels like that the stars of this team, the Debos, the McCaffreys, the Bosas and whatnot, that it's almost as if they say, okay, first couple months, not great, it was okay. Now let's turn things up a notch. Let's put some heat on the NFL. Yeah, we didn't play great through October. We lost to the Vikings and the Browns, but okay, now it's showtime. And it feels like, we hope so, that today was the opening show of what's going to be a long 8 to 9 week run prior to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at last year and how different the seasons feel, right? Last year, the Niners were, of course, 3-4 after 7 games.
Thanks.
The week after their bye, which fell on the same week last year, it was week 9, they had the bye. And the game before that was the win against the Rams down in SoFi, the first start by McCaffrey, where he had the trifecta of touchdowns. He threw for 1, caught 1, and ran for 1. And that was just before, or that was just after. The game before that was the Kansas City shellacking at home, the game after the trade deadline. But you go into the bye at 4-4. The Niners, of course, this year go into the bye 5-3.
Yeah.
And last year, the Niners never lose after the bye. And they just run the gauntlet. They beat the Rams. They beat Arizona. They beat Arizona twice, including the end of the season. They beat New Orleans, Miami, Tampa Bay, Seattle, Washington, Las Vegas. That's maybe a little different schedule than what the Niners have coming up with a couple of Seattle games, Philadelphia, Baltimore coming up on Christmas. You have tough games. But if you were to ask me, like, and of course, if you could guarantee something, it would be fantastic. But I tend to, and it's almost goes back to what we were talking about with Steve Wilkes and what he was saying, like, there's a lot of football left. We want to play our best in late November and into December. I tend to follow some of the patterns and what the Niners have proven to us in the past. And I think it's part of the reason why I personally try, and I know it's difficult, I try to not overreact at any given moment because I feel like the Niners have earned the respect in the sense that they tend to get things figured out at the end of the season. Maybe part of it, and Brock Purdy talked about it this week, part of it is this team seems to respond and play their best when they're kind of pushed up against the wall a little bit, right? When they almost have nowhere to turn to. And I know it's only week 10, and the Niners were still 5-3 entering this game. That's by no stretch backs up against the wall. Not like a couple of years ago when they really struggled early, and then they turned things around. But I just feel like the Niners have earned some respect in that sense. Until proven otherwise, I feel like they're going to play their best football when it matters most, and we're kind of entering the beginning of that time period now.
I would agree. I think the difference is that their strong suit, being the defense, had performed better through the first 7-8 games of the year.
That's true.
And I think at this moment, well, yes, they've learned the respect. They will get the leeway and the runway to make a few mistakes, and they can battle back. And okay, like, again, who cares if you lose games 6-8 when you come back and you win the next 7 or 8? Who cares? Like, you went on a run and you look like one of the best teams in the league. But I do think this team at its current state, despite the win today, which was a great win, a much needed win, a dominating from opening kick to the sound of the buzzer ending, signifying the end of the fourth quarter, you beat a really good Jaguars team who won 5 straight games. A big win for this team, a much needed win. I do think that there are more noticeable issues that could come back to bite this team.
What are those notable issues?
Nickel cornerback. Run defense was better today. Was that a Jacksonville Jaguars offensive scheme mistake? Not giving the ball to Travis Etienne, who's a top 5 leading rusher in football this year?
I understand the nickel corner issue because obviously Jimmy Ward was great in that role last year and he's no longer here. I would argue, and I think you'd probably agree, I'll just ask, is this a more talented Niners defense now than last year?
Front 7, yes. Not secondary-wise.
But as a whole, probably yes.
I don't know. I would like to say that the names on
you
this
added
team,
Javon Hargrave and Chase Young to a group that was incredible last year, and really your only. I know you lost Emmanuel Mosley, but he was hurt as well.
Yeah, but you've also lost essentially because Lenore's playing so bad, and you don't know who's playing nickel. You've lost almost 2 starting cornerbacks, which against teams like Seattle that has Lockett and Metcalf and amongst others. Teams like Philadelphia who have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and others, it's going to be hard for me to say that this defensive line better get to the quarterback because I don't know who can guard some of those guys on this team. It's Mooney Ward, and that's kind of it. Anufung is great in what he can do, and Gibson is a veteran-savvy player, but Lenore's tiny, and he can't really, or this year hasn't shown to be a sticky and coverage kind of player. And Oliver's been a liability, and I don't trust Ambry Thomas.
And even Mooney Ward hasn't had the best season so far. He was much better today.
Yes.
I'd have to run through the tape. It might have been one of his better games, if not his best game of the season.
I would assume so.
But, I mean, he's gotten torched a little bit at times, too.
A lot of penalties, too.
Yeah.
It felt like today, everything that has gone wrong for San Francisco the previous month had kind of gone in their favor, and they kind of fixed things. My question would be going forward, was this a get-right game, one-hit wonder, or is this performance today going to carry over into Tampa Bay and then future to Seattle and Philadelphia and Seattle again? Because if it does carry over, then I think, yes, a lot of the issues or maybe the question of is this defense as good as last year's or better, I think the answer then would be yes. But at this point, while I would say this team is a top 3 team in football when healthy and everything's going right, I do wonder that when you're playing a much better team than the Jaguars, who have teams that are battle-tested like Philadelphia and Seattle, who always seem to get something over on San Francisco, and teams like the Ravens, who have MVP Lamar Jackson playing for them, that how are you going to fare against those teams?
Yeah, that's a fair point. By the way, an update from Seattle. The Seahawks and Commanders currently tied at 19. The Seattle Seahawks, though, have the ball second and goal at the 5-yard line with 4.5 left, and they're about to run a play.
Wildcat.
Kenneth Walker can't quite get into the end zone. So they'll have second and goal. That was the first and goal play. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll probably have at least a result of this drive by the time we get off the air in a little more than 10 minutes. But as we do every overtime, Sterling, we got to hand out some game balls. Ooh. And this one is a tough decision. The last couple of times we've had to do this game ball segment, it was difficult because it was after losses for the 49ers. This one is difficult in the other sense of the word because you have so many options and potential guys to choose from. I'm feeling generous today. I'll let you go first, Sterling. Who are you giving your first game ball to?
Trey Lance. That was last one.
Wrap it up,
I think today, can I just give it to Steve Wilks?
Yeah.
I think that there were calls to fire Steve Wilks. There were conversations being had here at the station, national media, that maybe there was a mistake in hiring him. It felt as if he was getting the brash and the wrath of Kyle Shanahan the past 3 weeks of, he's calling the plays, not me. It's not my fault, and we're going to have these in-person conversations that hash this thing out. It felt as if we may have been reaching a tipping point, and while it hasn't swayed all the way back into good graces, it felt like, okay, like your seat is kind of cooled down a little bit more, and you have 5 sacks, you get 4 takeaways, you hold Trevor Lawrence, who, again, was playing pretty well this year, to no touchdowns, under 200 yards passing, and get 2 picks, and your star players, Bosa, Hargrave, and Chase Young, come alive, and it seems like you're putting them in the right places at the right time. You're getting off the field on 3rd downs. I have to give it to Steve Wilks today.
That's fair. Good call. I like that one. I think he definitely deserves a shout-out. My first game ball goes to Trent Williams. If you've been listening earlier, you know I was so impressed with his game today. There was a moment, I'm still just laughing thinking about it. There was a moment early in the 3rd quarter. It was the Niners' first drive of the 3rd quarter of the second half, and it was a quick pitch. No, pardon me. It was the last drive of the first half. My mistake. The Niners got the ball with about 4.5 minutes left in the first half. They got the ball out of the halftime break as well, so an opportunity to double up, and they want kind of a long, slow drive to kill all the clock and end the half with points. And the first play call was a pitch to the left to Christian McCaffrey. Why left? Well, because you're running behind your all-pro left tackle, Trent Williams. And he gets out in front of everybody. There's really no one for him to block, so he pushes to the second level. And who does he find? Poor cornerback Darius Williams, who makes a very smart business decision. And instead of trying to, take on Trent Williams or evade him and try to get to another all-pro in the running back Christian McCaffrey, he just kind of turns his back and runs out of bounds to avoid getting absolutely knocked into a different dimension. That was just one of many plays that Trent Williams led the way on. Oftentimes, they led to big gains for Christian McCaffrey, a couple of times for Deebo Samuel. So Trent Williams, first game back off of injury, and he made his presence felt immediately. He gets a game ball from me.
I don't see how he couldn't get one.
Yeah.
It feels like you can hand out 7 game balls today. You can hand out one to Fred Warner and Greenlaw and the entire defense. You can hand out one to almost the entire offense today. It feels as if, and getting Trent Williams back and Deebo back in the same day, you knew there was going to be a volt or a jolt of energy from Deebo alone. But then you hear last night, Williams is going to play, and then you hear today that it's like, oh, he might not play. And then he's like, no, I'm playing. And you're like, great. Like, you had fans on Twitter saying, Super Bowl, we're going back to the chip. And it certainly felt like the Niners as a team could feel the presence of Trent Williams just being there. There's calmness, but also this kind of silent assassin, this aggressiveness of, not yell or scream. He's a big guy, but get in front of him, he's going to crush you. Run right through you and crush the next person, and the next person, and the next person.
Unless you turn around and run away.
Yeah.
That's the only way you get out of it.
You say, no, I'm going to walk back the opposite way.
I'm out.
But and to be fair to the Jaguars, there was this concern on my end that, like on Bart yesterday, the Niners might come out and blow chunks on the train.
Ooh.
And it was like, okay,
scene.
like, I don't want to see that. This team is starting to find them or put themselves in a situation, had they lost, that pretty dangerous situation. Come out today, they dominate in every form, fashion you want to put it. It felt like those first 5 weeks again. And me and you know how those first 5 weeks felt like. I know you don't want to overreact, but it felt like we were on top of the world. And when you do that again to a good Jaguars team, it makes you have the confidence of Tampa Bay, who? The Seahawks, who? Yes, you have to go out there and take care of business, but it gives you the confidence back of we can beat anybody.
Yeah. At the 2-minute warning, by the way, in Seattle, the Commanders have the ball down 7. They got the ball right around midfield. So plenty of time, and they're already getting close to being in scoring range. They have 2 minutes to go there. We definitely won't get a complete outcome to that game before we do sign off, but perhaps we get a score quickly out of the 2-minute warning. If we do, we'll let you know. Coming up here on 95.7 The Game is John Dickinson with Warriors Live as the Warriors get ready the second half of a back-to-back after losing yesterday. Tip-off is at 5:30. Our coverage here begins in about 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game with John Dickinson on Warriors Live. We got to hand out one more game ball each, though, Sterling. We have Steve Wilks, and we have Trent Williams for the 49ers. I will go to the defensive side of the ball. Part of me wants to give it to Chase Young. The new guy had a big impact in this game, but I got to give it to the reigning defensive player of the year. Nick Bosa made himself heard and felt. A sack and a half. He forced a fumble, recovered that same fumble. That play, the strip sack fumble, he shared the sack with his former Ohio State buddy, Chase Young. Bosa played great again today, and he's had a good season. The sacks haven't always been there, but a sack and a half and a turnover all by himself. He batted the ball down as well at the line of scrimmage. Nick Bosa played like Nick Bosa. He was great today.
I do wonder, just the comfortability of playing next to Chase Young again is like, oh, like this feels like how college was. And
on that strip sack, they're coming off opposite edges, and it was almost like a mirror image. They're racing off at the same time. They pull off the same move, and they basically hit Trevor Lawrence at the same exact time. It was
synergy.
A joy to watch.
George Lucas, when he made Star Wars, said it's like a circle. It's poetry. That's how it felt like. It felt like Star Wars. Not the new ones, not the prequels, the original trilogy.
Okay.
It's all perfect. Everything's beautiful. Should never make another one, but it's so perfect. That being said, how about Brock Purdy? He's pretty perfect today.
Okay.
19 for 26, 296 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Couldn't quite get to 300 yards.
Almost there. If he was there, Mark would have said he's a top 5 quarterback, but
Screw top 5. He's number 1, baby.
There you go, Mark. Buy in. But QBR of 87.6, rating of 148.9, hitting a 66-yard touchdown, making Brett Favre-like plays, running to his left, running to his right like Beyonce does, finding Ayuk in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. He was doing the darn thing and doing it better than the other quarterback on the field, who is a former number 1 overall pick. Brock Purdy, I think, has to get a game ball. And if he doesn't get a game ball, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
He was so good today.
This is the issue with games like this, 34-3 Niners, where you have an incredible defensive performance. Your offense puts up boatloads of points, and you feel like you're leaving people out when you are giving out these game balls. We've given out 4, and I feel like you could hand out like at least 6 more. Like Fred Warner deserves a shout out. He, I think, set the tone early for the defense. We talked about Armstead, who had that sack. I think before that play, he met Etienne in the hole and absolutely sent him flying backwards. Fred Warner also had an interception, and he knocked a pass down. Javon Hargrave with the sack and a half. Cleveland Ferrell had a sack as well.
Ambry Thomas
with
fumble today.
We never really got to that. Oh, man. Christian Kirk, a catch, around the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
Thomas stops him, stands him up, strips the ball.
Great tackle first.
And strips the ball in the process, picks the ball up. In kind of the chaos of the play, no one realizes that he's not down. Half the Niners sideline comes out onto the field, and then Ambry Thomas...
Including Kyle Shanahan, mind you.
Kyle Shanahan. And Ambry Thomas realizes, this is a live ball. I can get up and run. And he runs all the way for a touchdown, and then it's called back. Strangely, due to unsportsmanlike conduct, during the play, which I don't know I've ever seen before.
It's kind of like when you hit a game-winning field goal with like time on the clock still, and people were like, "We scored! We're on the field." And it's like, okay, now I got to throw a flag. Like, great, but
normally unsportsmanlike is like a dead ball penalty after the play.
Yeah,
but this happened during the play, so the touchdown gets called back. Niners, they say don't matter. They go down the field.
Scored anyways.
Deebo Samuel scores on an end around, and then they get in. Ambry Thomas deserves a shout out. Deebo Samuel deserves a shout out.
Kyle Juszczyk.
George Kittle. All over the place. McCaffrey, he didn't score, so I don't know if he deserves a shout out.
You're making me mad. Every time. Without a doubt. Every time.
You going to get in one more, what's his name?
I don't know who you're talking about. I have no idea who you're referencing or talking about.
All right, that'll do it for Overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much for tuning in all afternoon long. Niners, of course, back in action next week at home on Sunday against Tampa Bay. 105 kick. You can hear the kickoff show 2 hours prior to that at 11. And then, of course, Sterling and I have you covered on Overtime, the post-game show right after that game, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. But for now, we got to sign off because we've got Warriors basketball to get to. JD is standing by live at Chase Center. He has Warriors live until 5. Then Tim Roy and company with tip-off coming up at 5:30.
They can kick it. They want to.
They called for a kickball violation, though, Sterling. You don't want to do that.
Draymond might.
He might.
We'll see what happens.
See if he gets ejected again tonight. We'll find out. Should be a lot of fun. For Craig behind the glass, for Sterling, my name is Mark Graney signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in. Niners get a win over Jacksonville 34-3. Warriors basketball is next on 95.7 The Game.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas?
championship, and it starts now.
Indeed it does. Right here on 95.7 The Game. Back at it. Second of the back-to-back for the Warriors as the homestand continues tonight here inside Chase Center. We welcome you in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game as the Warriors find themselves playing Game 2 of a 6-game homestand. And we are brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network, made for streaming live sports, as we are off and running here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves to go at it in the first of what will be a couple of meetings in this building, both tonight and on Tuesday night. Tuesday night's game, part of the in-season tournament group play action. Tonight's game, just one of 82, but an important one for the Warriors, who suddenly find themselves losers of consecutive games for the first time this season, and the Warriors trying to get back to being able to win on the home court. Small sample size, only 3 games. Of course, the Warriors have played 7 away from Chase Center, but the Warriors off to a really nice start at away from Chase Center on the road, but at home, it hasn't quite been there. Warriors haven't shot the ball well in any of the 3 games, and really are a Klay Thompson made bucket away against the Kings going back to November 1st from maybe being 0-3 at home. So the Warriors, with all the focus on trying to make sure that they're a better club away from the Bay Area early on, at least to this point, the Warriors haven't played well in this building, and that's something that the Dubs are going to have to hopefully change. I know Warrior fans are hoping that the Warriors can change it. 33 home wins for Golden State a year ago. Now, only the 11 away wins. I think that's already on track to being significantly better, but the home record has to turn. It has to turn in a big-time way, and we'll see if the Warriors are able to do it tonight against a Minnesota Timberwolves team that is hot. They have won 5 in a row. They come in at 6-2, currently 3rd in the Western Conference, and they have had a home-heavy schedule to this point in the early part of the season. 5-0 at home are the Timberwolves. This will be just their 4th road game of the season, so they're 1-2 on the road, just as the Warriors come in at 1-2 inside Chase Center. And so the Warriors will try and get back on track in the second of a back-to-back. This is the 3rd set of back-to-backs the Warriors have played so far this season. The Warriors doing well and winning the second game of the back-to-back in both of those instances on the road. 2 weeks ago, the Warriors swept a back-to-back, Houston and New Orleans. That was Sunday and Monday. Then last Sunday and Monday, the Warriors were losers in Cleveland and then came back and won in Detroit before they lost to Denver. And then last night's game back here inside Chase Center, the Warriors losing for a second time in less than a week to the Cleveland Cavaliers. All right, coming up here on Warriors Live, we're going to hear from Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney, short snippets from their post-game press conferences from last night following the loss to the Cavaliers. And the Cavaliers, their size, their length, posing some problems for the Warriors on both ends. Warriors going to have to fix the turnover issue that was in play last night. 20 turnovers for Golden State, leading to 32 Cavaliers points, and that really the difference in the game for the Warriors last night. Golden State obviously searching for more secondary scoring in the early part of the season. Stephen Curry's led the Dubs in each of their first 10 games in scoring, and there's still just the one Dario Saric 20-point game among 20-point scorers for the Warriors, not named Stephen Curry. So a lot of the things that have been potentially problematic for Golden State coming into this season, and even problematic at times, although the Warriors have been winning, have popped up and popped up last night. And the Timberwolves, Steve Kerr addressing this in his pregame press conference, the fact that the Timberwolves are kind of similar to the Cavaliers with two bigs that start and play, and Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, and a lot of real good wing players and wing depth and guys that attack the paint and slash. And this Timberwolves team really takes on the personality of the guy that's become their number one option and superstar, and that is Anthony Edwards. And so always fun when Anthony Edwards is on display. And he was somebody, as we get to our injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And on the latest injury report, Anthony Edwards had popped up as questionable due to illness. The Timberwolves also with Naz Reid questionable due to neck soreness. But both of those players, according to their head coach Chris Finch in his pregame press conference, both in tonight. So Anthony Edwards will play. Naz Reid will play. Naz Reid, somebody that you always have to keep an eye on when the Warriors take on the Timberwolves. Naz Reid has been a problem for the Warriors in the head-to-head matchups of late, in particular last year, for when these two teams have faced off against each other. And so Naz Reid and Anthony Edwards in on the Timberwolves side of things. As far as the Warriors side of things, second of the back-to-back, Gary Payton II. We'll keep you updated on his status. An infection developed on a cut on his ring finger. So he is listed as questionable for the game tonight. We'll keep you updated on Payton's status if we get word here in the next 20 minutes or so as to whether or not he's going to be able to go in this one for the Warriors. But other than that, all systems go. Everybody present and accounted for and expected to play in this game for the Warriors as they try and bounce back after the loss. And now a couple of losses here with the game in Denver and then the game against the Cavaliers last night. So, healthy, ready to go, looking for the Warriors potentially only having Gary Payton II to be a player who may not be able to play. So that, your injury report, again, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, you can always visit boxerlaw.com. All right, let's go ahead and hear a couple of minutes real quick from Klay Thompson as he met with the media last night following the Warriors' loss to the Cavaliers and addressing some of the offensive struggles as well for the Warriors in that one.
Hey, Klay, what did you think was happening offensively there? Particularly in some of the rough stretches, was it ball movement? What was some of the issues?
Could be ball movement. Individually, I didn't play very well at all, especially in that first half. So I take a lot of onus for a terrible offense early because I didn't turn the ball over, missing shots, just not my type of game. But luckily, we have a quick turnaround and we can right the ship tomorrow.
On the inverse, Steve said that in that third quarter, it was the best that he felt the starting five you guys have looked together. What felt right about what you guys had going in the third?
I think our energy was really good. I think we play with a great sense of urgency, and even when shots aren't falling, we play that hard and play defensively as hard as we can. Usually, it tends to go our way.
What did you think about the whole review of a foul, go back in time and go see, and then Draymond gets ejected for the whole thing?
It was an unfortunate situation because we know how much Draymond means to our team. I mean, he's the heart and soul, so without him it's tough, but I don't have much to say about that. It's just part of the game, really.
Steve Kerr noted that sometimes coming off of a road trip like the way that you guys do, sometimes there's a lag or something like that. Did you feel anything? I know you guys had 2 nights off, but do you feel like just being away for so long contributed to you guys maybe coming out a little low energy earlier in the game?
It's probably a small part of it, but at the end of the day, we still have a job to do. We didn't do it very well tonight, and like I said before, I'll be much better tomorrow, playing with more energy, and individually, maybe my worst performance of this young season so far, so I'm eager to have a nice bounce back game tomorrow.
Well, how do you think about the first unit? We know what the numbers were so good last season for you, that starting 5. We know the numbers have not been great this season. What's happening there, Klay? And has there been any thought, talk, conversation about what's going on?
Not that much. I mean, still a small sample size relatively, considering only 10 games played. But like you said, last year was such a great rating defensively and offensively for that first unit. So although we've gotten off to a sluggish start, we still believe we can get back to that high level of play on both ends, and I know we will. I really do.
Yeah, so Klay Thompson there addressing a couple of different things. The wild Draymond Green ejection last night, but to his own play, calling it the worst game of the season for him to date. I know it was a topic in Steve Kerr's pregame press conference today, just the fact that Klay's shot attempts are down this season, which I don't think anybody was necessarily complaining about. Steve Kerr did say, though, that he thinks Klay's pressing a little bit, which is something we heard a lot from Steve Kerr last year. I think Klay Thompson's played pretty well to this point, last night notwithstanding, and to be credited, I think Klay should be for not chasing misses, I think, at the level that he was chasing misses last year, especially in games when the Warriors weren't playing well so often. And maybe he did a little bit of it last night. I didn't think he took a ton of bad shots, though. I just thought it was an off night, which happens for every player. But as the Warriors lose, a lot of the questions that get a little bit buried when they win have started to pop back up. I know Steve Kerr really praised Andrew Wiggins in terms of feeling like he's getting closer to snapping out of his early season funk. Thought last night Wiggins showed some life, was 6 of 12, did have 13 points, was a little bit more aggressive on the boards. And so all eyes on Wiggins, all eyes on Klay Thompson, again with Stephen Curry leading the way for the Warriors in the first 10 games of the season as far as scoring, and no real breakout game from no Wiggins 27 game, no Klay Thompson 33-point game to this point. And the Warriors haven't needed it, in part because Steph has been so spectacular, but the Warriors also haven't really needed it in part because their bench has been so spectacular to begin the season. So they've offset it, but on the nights where last night the bench was not outstanding and the Cavaliers were able to basically play an even game against the Warriors bench, well, then it goes back to who's your number 2 and who's your number 3 scorers going to be. If Stephen Curry himself is having an off shooting night, which Curry did with the 9 of 24, even though he scored 30 points and knocked down 4 threes for a 10th consecutive game, to have at least 4 threes over the course of this season. All right, John Dickinson rolling along here on 95.7 The Game. As Warriors Live continues from Chase Center, Warriors and the Timberwolves, and Gary Payton II is going to be active for the Warriors in this game. The inactives just released, and they are Usman Garuba, Lester Quinones, Jerome Robinson, and Guy Santos. So that means Gary Payton II is active for the Warriors tonight. So good news there. The Warriors, again, talked about this on the postgame. They'd really have to make hay while they're healthy. And the Warriors have, at least it looked like they were starting to be able to do that at the beginning of this season. These last couple of losses, still 6-4, I think a good place to be, but it's got to be go time, I think, for this team on the home floor if they're ultimately going to get to where they want to be. But Gary Payton II active, so the Warriors' entire top 13 is healthy and available to play for Golden State in this one. As we roll on here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity, the 10G network, the best way to stream live sports. This is Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game, with the Warriors coming in 6-4. You got Minnesota coming in 6-2, 1-2 on the road. They are 5-0, an impressive 5-0. On their home floor. The Timberwolves really bring a lot of physicality, as I mentioned, to the game, and they kind of bring the crazy as well. A lot of close games, a lot of wild finishes. They'll make some spectacular plays. They'll also, and this is where the Warriors can pounce, Timberwolves will make some of the silliest mistakes in plays that you'll ever see, and that gives you a window to always capitalize. If you're the Warriors, we'll see if they're able to do that in steady fashion. And kind of going back to Wiggins, I know I picked him for the take it to the bank prediction last night, and I wouldn't call it a breakout game, but Wiggins has played really well against his former team, the Timberwolves, at different points since joining the Warriors. He's had some big games, so maybe tonight is the night where Andrew Wiggins is able to snap out of his funk and really have that breakout game where he can get into the 20s and somebody get into the 20s for the Warriors as far as the starting lineup and help give Steph Curry someone that can just give him a little help, for crying out loud. Give him a little help. Steph's been playing at an all-star level, at a Hall of Fame level, as he always does, but just at an MVP level, more specifically for the beginning of this season. All right, let's go ahead and hear now a couple of minutes of Kevon Looney as he met with the media, talking about a lot of the things Klay Thompson was talking about, the starting lineup, the size that the Cavs had last night, which is also something that plays for the Timberwolves, and just what the heck was going on with that Draymond Green ejection. So here is Kevon Looney.
Hey, Kevon, against a bigger team like that, what can you take away before facing a team like the Timberwolves?
They're a little bit different than the Timberwolves, I would say, but just being able to, I think we did a good job on the glass. I think we went to the offensive boards well. We rebounded well. We just turned the ball over a little bit too much. I think kind of got indecisive on some plays, and credit to their defense. They put us in some tough positions, and so we know when we get in the paint, we got to make better decisions playing against the bigs of the Timberwolves.
Kerr mentioned that third quarter maybe was the best the first units played together. Had you guys we all know the stats. It hadn't been real great, and we know how really good it was last season. You guys have been talking about, or is in your minds that it hadn't been real good for the first unit, and what went right in that third quarter?
No, we haven't talked about it much as a group. Steve mentioned the last few days about just picking up our defensive intensity, and everything else would come. I think that's what we did in the third quarter. That's why we were successful. We pushed the ball, we played faster, and we played much better on the defensive side. And then when that happens, we're pretty tough to stop and transition. So I think we got to continue to get better on the defensive side to start games, and I think the rest will follow.
Did you follow what went on with that review of Draymond getting fouled, and they go back and they see him in a technical foul and get him ejected?
I didn't know that was what happened. I know that was actually possible. I know you can get teched up for a previous play, but I guess I don't know the rules that good, I guess.
I don't think anybody knew that rule.
Right.
Hey, Kevon, kind of follow up on Tim's question. When Draymond got ejected, he went over to you and talked to you before he left the court. What did he mention to you, or just kind of like he was all hyped up?
Draymond was just hyped. He told us to keep going, keep playing with that intensity. He knows when if he gets thrown out the game that we're going to respond. And he just wants us to keep that same energy and keep playing hard and don't let up just because he's going. And we tried to do that. I think we finished the quarter off well, but I think we just ran out of gas a little bit.
All right, so Kevon Looney there. Yeah, it looked like the Warriors really needed Draymond Green in the fourth quarter. They made their run last night against the Cavaliers. They got off on that run after getting down by as many as 17. It was 16 at the half. They get on that run with Draymond on the floor. It was a 14-8 run. Then they finished the quarter 17-8 after Draymond's ejection. But where they really missed and needed Draymond was in that fourth quarter, where the Cavaliers ultimately outscore the Warriors 34-27. Final couple of minutes here. Warriors Live with John Dickinson from Chase Center here on 95.7 The Game, as the Warriors set to go against the Minnesota Timberwolves, presented by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Warriors trying to break their little two-game mini losing streak to this point. And yeah, big topic of conversation around the Warriors has been that first unit, and all eyes obviously going to be on them. Per usual, playing so well together a year ago, so poorly for the most part this year. And yeah, Steve Kerr singling out the fact that he thought up until the Draymond ejection, that 5.5, 6 minute stretch was as good as they had looked throughout the course of the season. So can they get off and be able to have today be an extension of that is something to monitor as this game gets rolling. All right, our Eye on the Stats brought to you by the Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center. The choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation at goodmaneyecenter.com. TheResurgence.com. And looking at a couple of the numbers here for the Warriors, we talked about the 15 back-to-backs for Golden State. That's tied for the most in the NBA. Warriors 2-0 in the second game of a back-to-back. This is the third set of back-to-backs for the Warriors. And the Warriors, also the bench, not as dominant last night as they had been in recent games, but they did still outscore the Cavaliers bench, and they have outscored the opposing bench in every single game, all 10 games this season. Also still plus a 149, so outscoring benches by an average of just about 15 points per game through the first 10 games of the season. Our Take It to the Bank prediction as well, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And I'm going to go with Wiggins again. Against my better judgment, I'm rolling with Andrew Wiggins again, as Wiggins is typically had big games against the Timberwolves. We'll see if he can do it again tonight. I think Wiggins eclipses the 20-point plateau in this one. We'll talk about it on Warriors wrap-up after the game. All right, that'll do it for me. Tim and Tom, they've got the call. It's coming up next. Warriors and T-Wolves on 95.7 The Game.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology